by the defense. Also, based on yesterday's conversation at the end of the day, I did in fact draft a possible instruction. I'm going to share it with you. I'll have Erica share it. What I looked for is some balance, nothing that we could possibly come up with at 4:30. So have a look. We'll discuss it after the testimony of this witness on the mistrial.
And Your Honor, we're still going to discuss before the court gives the instruction.
No. Look at it. I want your input.
Because our issue, Your Honor, is that no.
We'll discuss it. Well,
Okay.
you look at it because it's balanced. All right. Mr. Durst is present, and you have Mr. DeGuerin. You wish to make any remarks before you call a witness?
Your Honor, I'm getting the 3 reports in order to make sure that the prosecution has copies of all 3 reports, and will mark the 3 reports and just briefly make some remarks. We're having some copying issues tonight, quick. And I also have a curriculum vitae of Dr. Klein. Our witness will be Dr. Keith Klein. He's in the courtroom. We can have him sworn and take the witness stand while we're getting this other
Yes.
stuff done.
Dr. Klein, please step around the counsel table and approach the witness stand to be sworn. I have medical records also from LA County USC Medical Center and Men's Central Jail. I think they should be next in order, court's exhibit, which will be 14 collectively. Oh, 15, court's 15 will be the medical records, updated medical records.
Sir, remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn. You solemnly state that the testimony you may give and cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated. My apologies.
Injured your right arm, I see.
Pardon?
You injured your arm.
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry.
My,
You may be seated.
my brother sent his regards.
Ah. Oh, very good. Thank you. Witness mentioned to me that I know his brother. So, all
I
right.
was going to bring that out in full disclosure.
Oh, very good.
Your Honor, there are
For the record, sir, please state and spell your first and last name.
Yes, sir.
Please state and spell your first and last name.
Keith Klein.
Thank you, sir.
Doctor, can you move the mic closer to you so Mr. Lewin can hear better?
Thank you.
So we all can hear better, right? My hearing's not so good either.
Mine is clearly, as demonstrated, the worst,
Okay. Stipulated.
unfortunately.
Well, these are my only copies, so I won't introduce them, and I won't copy them. So. If the court please. Dr. Klein has written 3 reports. I want to make sure that the court has all 3 and the record has all 3. The first is dated May the 12th of 2021. The second is dated June the 14th, 2021. And the third is dated July 20th, 2021. And I'd like to have those marked and submit to the court
Okay, courts 16, 17, and 18 respectively?
in that order. 16, 17, and 18.
Yes.
Those are court exhibits.
Yes.
May I submit them?
Yes. And I've read them previously.
I don't know if this is on the record, Your Honor, but just so it's clear, we have no objection to the court having reviewed those reports, or that the court is considering these reports.
Thank you. They're exhibits to written motion. So that's, I read them at the time I received the motions. All right.
I also have a curriculum vitae of Dr. Klein, which I'd mark as the court's next.
Court's 19. I do.
In the interest of time, Your Honor, the people will also stipulate that Dr. Klein is fully qualified, and that the defense, it's not necessary for them to qualify him as an expert. We'll stipulate to that. Hopefully save a little bit of time.
Accept that, Mr. Chesnut?
I defer, but I would say yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll review the CV.
Your Honor, just before we start, as kind of a foundational issue, and there's authority that goes both ways on this. The authority that I've found has stated that this issue regarding the request for a mistrial is a fundamental right. Given that it's a fundamental right, a concern that we had, given what Mr. Durst has previously stated in court, in his letters, on jail calls, etc., is that we are unsure if he even supports this request for a mistrial. Now, there is a case, which is Moore at 140 Cal Ave 3rd 508, which says that a mistrial is a fundamental right. There is a Cal Supreme Court case, Brandon, 1995, 40 Cal 4th at 1172, that although it says mistrial is a fundamental right, it says it can be made by a defense attorney even over a defendant's objection. The problem is that when you look at other authority, it's certainly an issue that is open for interpretation. And
Very, very interesting. And not to interrupt you, but I'd like to, it may be significant, it may not be significant. It's a fascinating question because we now have this idea of the client control over the ultimate rights, yet a dividing line over evidentiary issues. So this is very good, but why don't you save that?
Okay,
Let
I would just
Mr. DeGuerin proceed.
All right, we'll do, Your Honor.
Well, if we can get the horse back in front of the cart.
Thank you. I appreciate that too. And I presume Mr. Durst agrees with this.
Your Honor, he does, and Mr. Durst consistently has said that he wants to testify in his own behalf. That having been said, we are very concerned as lawyers about Mr. Durst's continued declining health and how it affects not only his physical ability to withstand the rigors of testimony and cross-examination and continued trial, as well as his cognitive abilities to make the decision, balancing his right to testify over his concern of his health. Does he risk his life and health by testifying, or does he risk his liberty by not testifying because of his health?
I see. So what you're saying to me now actually makes Mr. Lewin's comment significant,
If so,
because if you're telling me there's a difference of opinion, you're telling me that the lawyers are concerned for his health and think that he maybe shouldn't testify for that reason, and you're telling me he insists on testifying, and that is indeed a fundamental right.
Okay, but Your Honor, so the record is clear, and Mr. Durst will affirm it. He understands that we are seeking a mistrial, and he agrees with that. He also has an interest in testifying, but he understands the medical issues that we're attempting to offer to you are legitimate, reasonable, and he would like a mistrial. Is that right, Mr. Durst?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. DeGuerin, and I took that as a segue into your, from artful segue, from question into introduction to the point you're making with this testimony, so you may conclude those remarks and question the witness.
Dr. Klein, briefly, your qualifications and your specialties.
I'm a nephrologist and an internist in active practice.
Nephrologist, N-E-P-H? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, kidney disease, Your Honor.
And speak directly in that microphone. Of course, you're muffled a bit by the mask. We have to overcome that by having you speak right into that microphone.
Nephrology is kidney disease.
Is that a limitation on your practice, or is your practice broader than nephrology?
It's an interesting question, Mr. DeGuerin. I practice internal medicine and nephrology. Unlike when the heart fails, you have pain, lung fails, you're short of breath, you have a pulmonary doctor, a cardiologist. When the kidneys fail, the brain, the heart, the lungs, the skin, the blood, the bones all fail, which means a nephrologist has to be able to handle, to some degree, all these subspecialties, more than just what a general internist would do. It's basically the everyday practice of nephrology encompasses all these other things.
And you're associated with Cedars-Sinai and other teaching institutions and hospitals.
Cedars-Sinai and UCLA.
Your experience with patients in the jail, have you had experience in the medicine offered by the jail?
Yes, I have.
What is that?
I was at County Hospital for 17 years. For 6 years, I did internal medicine and nephrology consults on the jail ward at County Hospital. In those days, it was located on the 13th floor.
All right.
I also have lectured at several prisons around the state of California on hypertension and kidney disease in prisoners. And I've had a number of patients who've been ex-convicts. I've also had a few patients who have been prison guards, but in the federal prison system. And I have a number of patients who are judges and deputy district attorneys.
Now, have you had records of Mr. Durst, of his treatment, his hospitalizations, his medical records for going back many years?
Yes, I've reviewed the records from the Medical Clinic of Houston, Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, the Oxnard Clinic, the LA County Jail, Infirmary, and LA County USC Medical Center. It's approximately 20,000 pages in total.
So, do you feel that you have had adequate reference, adequate ability to assess Mr. Durst's medical conditions now?
To some degree, yes. All of the, I'm sorry, Your Honor, the alarm. Yes, sir. Yeah. In my old age, I could forget, you know. All my opinions are soundly based on the medical record, but of 20,000 pages, it's difficult to review every page. And every time you go back and you look at new things, you find actually new things.
Let me stop you a second. You're going to have to get that microphone closer to you and speak directly into it because your voice is muffled.
His records are so voluminous and complex and such an enormous number of medical conditions that every time you go back in, you can literally find something new. For example, the judge kindly provided records about 48 hours ago, and in reviewing them, I found a lab test I hadn't seen before that's highly significant.
What is that?
It showed that his thyroid was very underactive. And when I saw that, I went back about 6 years, and I found his thyroid was normal 6 years ago. So clearly, his thyroid has become underactive in that period of time. People that have low thyroid or hypothyroid can have a number of conditions. The most simple one, for example, is they can have constipation, but not always so. The most severe is they can actually have slowing of their cognitive abilities. It was identified as being a low thyroid, but for some reason, it's never been further worked up, and he's not on any thyroid medicine at all. So this has been untreated and really undiagnosed.
So in addition to what I'm going to go through in a moment and what you put in your July 20th report as to an outline of his conditions, he in addition to that, he has hypothyroidism and is being untreated for that. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And does that likewise affect his cognitive abilities?
He has literally a legion of things that can affect cognitive ability, and this is now added to it.
All right, that's my point. Let me get you, if you will, have you actually examined Mr. Durst yourself?
Yes, on 2 occasions, one at the central jail and one here in the court in a side room.
So, based on your records review of voluminous records, including the most recent, and based on your 2 examinations of this, Mr. Durst, would you please outline for us briefly each significant medical condition that he has that could affect his physical abilities to withstand trial and his cognitive abilities? Would you tell us what those conditions are?
Yes, I assume I have 8 hours.
Well, no, and I understand because I've been with you your sense of humor, and I understand that that is somewhat of a facetious remark, but nonetheless, would you just tell us what those conditions are?
Yeah, the point I was making is it will take a fair amount of time, but let me summarize them.
Please.
The first is that he has normal pressure hydrocephalus, and he had a shunt placed about 6 or 7 years ago in Texas, I think in 2014, I believe. At that time, he presented with an abnormal gait, urinary incontinence, and a degree of dementia. And an MRI showed that his brain had actually, so to speak, shrunk from the normal pressure hydrocephalus. So he was treated, and 50% of people within 6, 7, 8 years will have some sort of a relapse. This is a very, very serious condition in him. It unequivocally can cause serious cognitive defects, and just doing an MRI or X-ray to show the shunt is working is not enough. He needs to have what's called a neuropsychiatric evaluation, which is not done by a neurologist. It is not done by a psychiatrist. It's a specialty. It's a 6-hour exam. It takes 6 hours to determine if indeed he has serious cognitive defects.
All right, has he had that in the jail?
No, he's not.
All right, what's the next condition of significance?
Your Honor, if it will help, if people are willing to stipulate, the court has read the reports.
No.
Well, there's no jury, so I'm just,
Okay.
I'm trying to, I know the court is interested in saving time.
I am. What are you going to stipulate to?
The court has read the reports.
Yes.
May I finish my?
To what fact would you stipulate?
We will stipulate to the information that the doctor put in his reports, so that the doctor would testify to the same information, and the court can consider. In other words, what's going on now is he's just rehashing what's already in the report.
I think that this is significant because it highlights what, in his opinion and counsel's opinion, are the salient points for my consideration. So I think we'll proceed without a stipulation.
Okay,
right now.
I was just trying to help.
Okay, Doctor, briefly, what are his conditions? We'll get into the effect in a moment.
There's evidence he may have a tumor in his parathyroid gland, a parathyroid adenoma. He's got the thyroid I mentioned. He has chronic lung disease, both restrictive and obstructive. He's got significant cardiac disease that is an imminent threat to his life at any time. He has esophageal gastric problems that impair his ability to absorb nutrients, such that no matter how much you feed him, you will not correct his profound malnutrition. He has kidney disease. He's got what's called a large staghorn calculus, or kidney stone, that will never pass. It cannot. It's way too big. It's by definition infected, unlike other kidney stones. So he's walking around now with an infection in his kidney. An untreated staghorn calculus will destroy that kidney. It also predisposes him to sepsis, an infection in the bloodstream. He has a distended bladder and cannot empty his urine completely. He was admitted and found to have 1,100 cc's of urine in his bladder. A person who empties his bladder shouldn't have more than 5, 10, 15 cc's. The significance of this is he presented with an infection in his bloodstream from this, and was admitted to the ICU. So that the presence of an obstruction of this degree is damaging his kidney. The staghorn calculus is damaging his kidney. He's walking around chronically infected, and he's receiving no treatment for this whatsoever. In addition, he's got osteoporosis, and he's got severe spinal disease causing possible weakness and neuropathy, and certainly a lot of pain.
All right. Do the records that you reviewed, in addition to your examination and diagnosis, do they confirm all of these diagnoses?
Absolutely. Actually, these are not really my opinions. They're all well documented repeatedly in the medical records.
I want to ask you then, and this is without explanation of each of these conditions, but I want to ask you about prognosis now under several scenarios. First, the trial continues. That's the first scenario, and the second scenario is the trial stops, is either because of mistrial or continuance, and he gets treatment. If the trial were to stop and he were to receive treatment, what treatment would he need?
He should be hospitalized immediately. If he walked into my office in the condition he is, with the medical conditions he has, I would hospitalize him today or tomorrow, and I would bring in a group of specialists, all board certified, all experienced physicians, not residents in training, not nurse practitioners, not physician assistants. I would have cardiologists, pulmonary, gastrologist. I would be the nephrologist. I would start him on intravenous nutrition, high potency, called total parenteral nutrition, which I would do. I ran the nutrition service for 20 years, and I'm also qualified to do that. He needs to have diagnostic studies immediately done on his heart. He's at risk of sudden death. He needs to have a urologist assist me in handling the staghorn calculus and the urinary retention. He's at risk of sepsis and septic shock. That's what I would do today or tomorrow. Now, the trial
Is he presently at serious risk to his health and survival?
Absolutely.
Assuming the other scenario, that is that the trial continues, I want to address his ability, both physically and cognitively, to testify in his own behalf. First, physically. Given the scheduling, that is, getting up at 4 in the morning, assuming, and being transported from the jail, then being on the witness stand and being examined and cross-examined, what risk does that pose to his health?
It's a very significant risk because he's not getting treated. He's suffering the stresses of coming to court daily. He sits there in a pool of urine and often feces. He's got, I'm sure, a distended bladder. I cannot fathom how he can sit in court. But, I have people come to me all the time wanting to be excused from jury duty. And my brother has always said, be very, very strict, because he hates it when doctors do that.
Your brother is a judge.
Yes, well, he's retired now.
And in full disclosure, as I mentioned earlier, your brother is his name?
Clifford Klein.
Sorry?
Judge Clifford Klein.
And he's now retired.
Yes, sir. He's doing
a wonderful judge.
he's doing mediation.
Making more than he did as a judge. So,
Well, he's also
Don't tempt me, Mr. DeGuerin.
Your Honor,
I would cause a mistrial.
every time I call my brother, which is several times a week, he says, I can't talk to you now, I'm on the golf course. So that's.
You're killing me.
So
Please continue.
the point I was making is, if Mr. Durst came to me and said, I have to be on the jury, I think there's no way you could serve on a jury. It's impossible. If he can't serve on a jury, how can he be in a murder trial? It's inconceivable. Now, that's the physical part.
yes, now address the cognitive part. How his conditions of affect his cognitive ability.
In the medical record, it describes him as being cognitively impaired or deficient many, many, many times. I can give you a stack of papers I extracted from the medical record where again and again it mentions his cognitive deficits. There's many actions he does that show that he's got cognitive deficit and he's declining. His medical conditions are definitely impacting his cognitive ability. Now, there's an interesting article published in the Washington Post about urine, and it says, it's the kidneys taking your blood and turning it into urine that allows that blood to go to your brain and turn it into thought. It's the kidney's ability to make urine that makes us human. He does not have that ability. His kidneys are producing what we call bad urine or defective urine. They're not cleaning his blood. That alone will cause cognitive defects, stamina problems. In the record, it describes him as having chronic kidney disease, CKD stage 3. There are 5 stages. He's actually stage 4. The lab values are being misinterpreted. So he's got stage 4 kidney disease. He has been told that he's going to go to stage 5 and need dialysis. So that's how severe his kidney disease, that alone can cause cognitive defects, notwithstanding the urinary tract infections, the sepsis, the lung. He's having arrhythmias, and the record documents this very well.
So, 2 questions. First, are there repeated references in the existing jail medical records about cognitive deficits?
Yes, I literally have a stack of pages almost this thick. And that's not even all the references in the.
About 1.5 inches to the record.
Thank you.
that repeatedly say that he has cognitive deficits. Also, there are descriptions of his behavior again and again which show that he has cognitive deficits, so that his capacity to make an informed decision is impaired. He cannot make an informed decision. So,
Can you give us some examples of what you mean by that? And also keep in mind that this case covers events for 40 years backwards, from 40 years ago. Difficult enough for someone without cognitive deficits to remember events 40 years ago. But tell us how, with Mr. Durst's conditions, that's affected.
well, I don't know that he could accurately recall events from 40 or even 10 or 5 years ago. And even if he did, I would question the accuracy of his recollection. And when I examined him, he did not know the year, for example. He wasn't sure of the month. He couldn't recall certain basic things. Other things he could. You know, it's not an all or nothing, and he may have a good day, but he certainly can have bad days as well. But the overall slope of this is a downward decline, but you don't go down in a straight line. You have plateaus and this and that, and those plateaus can be a day or a week or a month, but nevertheless, the overall description, again and again in the record, is that he's suffering decline. And in some cases, it says rapid decline. I mean, they say it better than I do. And this is from the jailhouse records where they observe him day to day. Not county hospital where he may go for a day or a clinic or a 3-day admission. We're talking about people that are observing him all the time, essentially 24 hours a day, except for the time he's in court.
So are there actual examples in the jail records showing conditions that required emergency treatment, such as a 3-day visit to the intensive care unit of the hospital?
On that instance, he was found unresponsive on the floor, and he was transferred to county hospital as an emergency. And they discovered that he had a severe urinary tract obstruction and infection. He was hospitalized in the intensive care unit where he was treated. And there, it was interesting that he was found on one occasion to have ventricular tachycardia, non-sustained, meaning it stopped itself without any specific treatment. But it was significant enough that they noted that in the chart. Now, if any one of you in this courtroom gets ventricular tachycardia that is persistent, you will die. Right here and now, you will die. He was in the ICU being monitored. It was well established. It was interesting because the cardiologist who saw him in clinic said he found no evidence of any arrhythmias, and he had 10 normal EKGs. I have brought to court 2 EKGs that are clearly abnormal, and I can display them if you want. I cannot fathom how the cardiologist could say, oh, and by the way, 10 normal EKGs over 3 years is 5 minutes of time. And arrhythmias can occur at any time. And no cardiologist would say, judge arrhythmias by an EKG. You have to monitor them for anywhere from 24 to 2 weeks, which was suggested, by the way, in the medical record.
But not done.
Pardon?
But not done.
In the medical record, in the cardiology clinics and others, it said again and again that he needs a Holter monitor, a Zio patch, which is prolonged monitoring. There was concern. He has...
Stop. Was that done?
No, it was not.
Can you give us some examples from the medical records of cognitive deficit?
Yes. He was found in the jail to have defecated on the floor of his cell, and he covered it with his clothing.
And
that's not considered normal behavior.
And is it noted to be cognitive deficit?
That would be noted to be a cognitive deficit. They had a psychiatrist come and examine him.
Now, let me just ask some very... Is that the only one?
No, there's other examples as well. Yes.
Could he die by testifying?
Yes.
Will testifying risk further deterioration of his health, at least?
Unequivocally, it's very stressful. My brother has said, and he was part of his judgeship was in a felony court like this. I guess you call it a felony court. He said, as soon as they walk through that door, they're under severe stress. There are actually studies done that the jurors that are not being cross-examined are under stress, it turns out, when they hear things. So being in court is going to be very, very stressful.
All right.
You should take my EKG right now, and I'm sure I'm under stress. And I didn't mean that as a joke, by the way, but there's no question that, and it's inconceivable how he could testify on his own behalf. And there's two things there. One is, he has, in the record, it documents he's got cognitive defects. So his testimony will be inherently flawed and inaccurate. You cannot trust his recall. But the second part of this is, and as I heard earlier, he wants to testify on his own behalf. But that is not an informed consent. He's not really capable of that. I'll give you an example. If any of you...
So that was going to be my next question. How do all of these things combine to affect his ability to make that decision? That is, to weigh between his liberty and testifying, or his health and not testifying.
Well, you have some really nuances there that he has to be able to understand and weigh the pros and cons of testifying, the pros and cons of his chance of liberty, the pros and cons of his chance of conviction. And these are very complex decisions he has to make. Now, if any of you have ever been to the emergency room with whatever, chest pain, stomach pain, and you're sitting there in the bed and you're in distress and you're sick and you see the flashing lights and you see the arrhythmias and you see the doctors and the nurses and they, here, sign this consent for treatment. Do you really read the fine print? You say, I'll sign anything, just give me relief. That is not an informed consent. I'm sure you agree with that. How can he possibly, given the fact that he's got normal pressure hydrocephalus, lung disease, heart disease, kidney disease, bladder disease, in pain, how can he possibly give an informed consent?
That's a rhetorical question. What is the answer?
He can't. He cannot. He's really not capable of it at this point in time. What he needs to have, Your Honor, is he needs to be hospitalized. And he needs to spend, it would probably take 2, 3, 4 weeks in the hospital to get accurate diagnoses and treatment started on his problems, along which he needs to be started on intravenous nutrition, high potency, not just a simple IV. Then he needs to be discharged to an extended care facility where he can continue to receive the treatment for at least about, I'm just going to guess 3 months. And maybe he will get better, and then he could stand trial. Now, let's just take...
All right, let me stop you right there. So bottom line, is he too sick to continue in trial?
Yes.
Is he too sick to testify?
Not only is he too sick, it's dangerous.
And is he too sick to make the decision whether to testify or not?
He's not capable. He's too sick. He cannot make that decision, no.
Ask the witness.
Your Honor, I actually do have, given that the doctor has exceeded his report, I can do it in 10 minutes.
You got 5.
Well, Your Honor, I think it's important.
You have 5 minutes. Go ahead. Start.
Doctor, you said in your May report that in essence, you did not believe that Mr. Durst was going to be able to make it through trial. Is that correct?
I didn't hear you.
In your May report, you basically said you didn't know if Mr. Durst, he was had so ill that he had a limited life expectancy, and you did not know if he could survive trial, correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree, doctor, that Mr. Durst, if anything, has gotten better in terms of how he has been able to understand the proceedings and participate during the trial?
He's gotten better?
Have you watched the trial, doctor?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about the fact that Mr. Durst participates, hands notes to his attorneys, tells them to object? Is that in any way going into your decision-making process involving his competence?
I think I could better answer your question if I could read the notes, what he's writing, see his handwriting, see how much he understands about what's being said, but also what you see is a gentleman here in court. You do not see inside his body. You do not see the ravages of
Motion
his
to strike
illnesses.
is non-responsive. The remainder of the question, if I may continue, Your Honor, since I'm on limited time.
Yes.
Doctor,
Actually, I'll
Given-
let that stand, though. I'll let his comments stand.
given the diagnosis that you have now given, Mr. Durst, you would agree that in essence, you would not expect that with age, he's going to get any better, correct?
Incorrect.
So you expect that if Mr. Durst is treated, that he will get better and be in a position where he can be tried. That's what you expect.
If you look at the life tables, given his illnesses, his life expectancy, I believe, is about 3 years. However, that's with treatment, with medical treatment. Now, if let's just take the kidney, for example. If we get,
Motion to strike is non-responsive,
It's
Your
not,
Honor.
it is responsive, and he's an expert
I have-
witness and
I
has
have-
the right to
I have-
explain his answer.
I have 5 minutes, and my questions are very clear. They call for a certain answer, and I need to move on to the next area.
All right. The kidney part is stricken. You may continue cross-examining the witness.
Doctor, when did you become involved in this case?
I believe it was, I think March, I'm not sure, March or April.
Now, you have a full-time paid position at Cedars, is that correct?
No, it's not correct.
Do you have a full-time practice or position at Cedars?
You said paid, I believe, didn't you?
Yes, are you not paid by Cedars?
No, I am not on salary. I'm independent.
Do you have a medical practice that you have been working full-time at during this time period?
Yes.
And, doctor, can you tell me, how much money have you been paid or billed in this case since March?
I haven't been paid yet.
That's not my question. How much have you
That
billed?
was your question.
I guess, how much have you billed, doctor?
I billed about roughly, I think, $40,000.
And does that include all of the work that you've done thus far? Or is that only, in other words, is the $40,000 what you expect to be paid in total on this case?
No, sir, I have not put my bills together for the last few weeks.
So I want you to estimate, doctor, how much, sounds like you're looking at what, $100,000 on this case?
No, I'm not.
What are you looking at? Totaling your bills approximately. How much money do you expect to bill on this case?
Oh, roughly 50,000.
$50,000, and you've seen him twice? How many hours of work is that?
You mean, you think I'm getting paid 50,000 for 2 examinations?
I'm asking how many hours of work have you put in?
Well, I said there were close to 20,000 pages.
That's not what I asked you. Again,
Divide
how many
by-
hours have you put into this case?
I'm going to tell you,
Okay?
I charge roughly 75 pages per hour. That's how I review. So if we take 20,000 pages, and let's divide it by 75, okay? Then,
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
No.
What is your hourly rate, doctor?
Wait a minute.
The judge said no, you can answer.
Yeah, I'm going to let him do the math.
Hopefully it comes out of his time, not mine, Your Honor.
it comes out to 267 hours,
So what is your hourly rate, doctor, in this case?
$500.
So you get $500 an hour. Do you make $500 an hour at your other job?
I actually could make more than that.
You could or you do make more than that?
It depends on the type of patient, whether it's Medi-Cal or Blue Cross, or and whether I'm, seeing 3-4 patients an hour or 2 an hour. Varies, but I could easily make more than $500 an hour.
Doctor, so in doing your basic math, Mr. Balian comes up with 267 hours at your price. That's $133,000.
I don't bill for every hour I spend. Now, your questions are very broad and incomplete. So when I review the records, I might find that I'm going over them again and again, and I don't necessarily charge for that time. I don't charge for phone calls. And some conferences I don't charge for. So that not every single hour I spend do I bill for.
Well, doctor, I just asked you what your billing rate is, how much per hour, and what you're going to bill for. You explained it. Would you agree that if you calc out what you just said, just for the review of the documents, you're at $133,000?
No, I disagree. You asked me what my hourly rate was, and I told you. You asked me how many hours I spent, and I told you. You're making an assumption that I'm going to bill for those hours, and that's an assumption, and it's wrong.
I think that the alarm is a friendly reminder that your cross-examination is about to end. Do you have anything
I need
else?
another minute, Your Honor.
You got it? 1 minute.
I'll wrap it up. Doctor, are you aware that back in April, Mr. Durst wrote a note to the judge because he was upset about stipulations that were done, and he accused his attorneys of having temporary insanity or collective dementia? Does that sound like somebody who doesn't know what's going on?
I think you're agreeing with me that he's got cognitive defects to write such a statement. Oh my God, I think you just made my case. Thank you.
I'm going to bet no, doctor, but
Excuse me,
we'll see.
when you call your attorneys, I think it's a demented, and you write a letter to the judge, which I don't think is appropriate. You think that's normal behavior? You think that's normal cognition?
What it shows is that Mr. Durst is readily engaged in his assessment of this case.
Let him do it.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Right. I mean, judgment might be off, but see the letter? I mean, it is quite. The reasoning is good. The logic is good. The conclusion's wrong, but he's thinking, right? I mean, how can somebody, if he's so impaired, pen such a beautiful letter?
Well, Your Honor, I haven't actually seen the letter. I always like to look at the evidence directly before I give an opinion, but, you know, to call your attorneys, those kinds of things, is a serious lapse of judgment, I think.
Okay. All right. Redirect?
No.
Okay. Then may I excuse the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're excused. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
And counsel, do you wish to argue the motion? Mr. DeGuerin first.
Mr. Durst is too sick to continue. He's too sick to testify. He's too sick to make the decision whether to testify. It's cruel and unusual for Mr. Durst to be put through this in his condition. You should put a stop to this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewin.
Very briefly, Your Honor, we don't look at this in a vacuum. They've been making motions for mistrial for a year and a half for 10 different reasons, 20 different times. So what is very clear is Mr. Durst wants a mistrial any way he can get it. Number two, Dr. Klein's opinions go to Mr. Durst's overall health. It's a lot of could happen, could affect him, might affect him. Anybody who's been in this courtroom, and it's amazing to me that Dr. Klein, who's charging by his own admission $50,000, although when you do the math it's over $100,000, has not bothered to observe the man in court. The court has had the opportunity. This is a person who's not getting worse, he's getting better. He is fully engaged. He is discussing things with his attorney. He's raising objections. He is engaged in this trial. And then finally, Your Honor, as the court's aware, what they really want is, and I think the doctor was disingenuous in his last response, completely disingenuous. His comment regarding even just his kidney stone is, it's never going to be operable, it's never going to get any better. So the court, I think, and the court has noticed this previously, what this is not a request for mistrial. What this really is a request for Mr. Durst to get a go home, get out of jail free card, and never be tried again. And because there is no current acute situation that requires Mr. Durst to be hospitalized, We are talking about chronic conditions which may or may not get better. And again, Mr. Durst had very serious cancer in 2005. He's still here. He will probably outlive us all.
Mr. Chesnoff, did you wish to give the concluding remark?
I would like to. The people don't understand that a defense lawyer makes a request for a mistrial when they see a legal issue that would prompt that request. They're not made gratuitously. The court gets to decide. In this instance, Your Honor, for Mr. Lewin to accuse a man of being disingenuous who has told the court through his report and his testimony of his experience as a medical doctor that Mr. Durst is suffering from diseases that could cause him to die when he testifies, that do affect his cognitive ability. For Mr. Lewin to comment on that he's gotten better as an officer of the court, Your Honor, I can promise you that Mr. Durst has not gotten better, and it is much more difficult to communicate with him about the real substantive questions. The preparation has been difficult for Mr. DeGuerin and our colleagues. I think I want to say this. I thought the people of LA County elected a progressive district attorney, and I think that that progressive district attorney would probably fall down to hear a prosecutor say that the only reason that this was presented was so that Mr. Durst could not go to trial for nefarious reasons as opposed to the medical reasons. Your Honor, the jail records show that the people in the jail have recognized his decline in cognitive ability. The doctor has testified to you by a report in an open court that his cognition has been affected. It's remarkable that DA would suggest that somehow all of those records are inaccurate and that Mr. Durst is not suffering from life-threatening illnesses and from serious cognitive, I mean, I can't even believe that. It's one thing to argue against it, it's another thing to suggest that the scientific work done by the doctor, who probably reduced the bill because he himself feels so passionate about the fact that Mr. Durst should not be proceeding. And we didn't just do this now, Your Honor. We've talked to you about this before. This defendant is unable to testify because of his medical conditions. It's been established, and he is losing his right as a citizen to testify in his own defense. He'll be in a debilitated state, and I will add the following. Unless Mr. Lewin remarkably changes how he cross-examines, it will certainly be impossible for Mr. Durst to respond to that kind of cross-examination. We briefed it, we provided you with what cases we could. We distinguished a villa, at least we tried to. We found other cases that talk about it. We'd ask you, Your Honor, to really seriously consider granting the mistrial in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you. I take the motion seriously, and thus I will take it under submission. I'll be reviewing these materials that have been submitted. Now, our jurors are presumably waiting outside. The defense at the end of the day, though again I didn't really appreciate the way they went about it, it is still a legitimate request. And so I see two things going on. One is something that there is evidence presented by Mr. Chavin which I think would unnecessarily cast the defense counsel in a negative light. But on the other hand, we must take into account that Mr. Chavin is a person who legitimately, first of all, has fear, I think. Let's keep in mind this is a prosecution for killing witnesses, of which he's a very important witness. So for him to be afraid is natural. He's not only getting calls from lawyers, which are legitimate, but he's getting a call from another witness who's saying, you're going to kill our friend. Don't kill our friend, and dissuading him from testifying. So for him to separate those things, I think is more than we necessarily. He's not sophisticated in that sense. He doesn't know what's right and what's wrong. And though he, on the one hand, I think the defense would like me to draw an inference he's cooperating with the prosecution and not the defense, and in other circumstances that may be so. I want to protect the reputation of the defense lawyers, but at some point I think a consciousness of guilt instruction is possible here, and I think the legitimacy of him having guards, I think it is legitimate for him to accept security, right? But it's not the fault of the people. So this is, I gave a rough draft. I'm not attached to this language. Mr. DeGuerin, how does this compare to what you had in mind?
But you may be misperceiving.
I can give you what we had in mind.
Yes, please give it to our clerk.
You may be misperceiving what I had attempted to do yesterday, and I apologize for not asking for a sidebar to do it, but we were not asking for any kind of instruction about the security, only about Mr. Chavin's testimony about my efforts and Catherine Bain, my co-counsel's efforts, and our investigators' efforts to contact him and talk to him. That's the only thing we're asking about, and that's the only thing our requested instruction goes to. It's a lawyer's duty to, an obligation to contact pertinent witnesses, or to at least attempt to, and persistent efforts to do that are part of a lawyer's responsibilities. That's all that I've.
Okay, I know you don't want to bring up consciousness of guilt, but and certainly nothing you do can be held against Mr. Durst. And I don't know. I can only infer that what this witness Giordano did was at Mr. Durst's behest. But how do we separate this?
Well,
how does a witness separate this?
The reason, yes, because we weren't asking for any kind of comment or any kind of instruction about what Susie Giordano or maybe somebody else might have done. That's completely separate from the testimony about the efforts that I made and Catherine Bain made and my office and investigators made just to contact Mr. Chavin, and he refused all of them.
Got it. So, Mr. Lewin?
Several things. Number one, the problem with this is that we stipulated and gave up Mr. Chavin coming to court. They had the transcript. They've had the transcript since 2017. This information that they are now objecting to was in the original transcript. It was in the video. It was in the transcript that they were given again. They read, signed off on it. Now they act as if, Your Honor, something of a surprise has happened in court. So here's the issue. If they were going to object, if they wanted to come to the court before this witness, there was a stipulation. They wanted to say, hey, listen, we want to have this evidence out. Here's what we would have said, and this is what the problem is. Number one, we have Bob Durst clearly attempting to influence Nick Chavin. There's no question. He does it on the phone. The first conversation they have in April is, I understand, Your Honor, but I mean, I have to.
That's right. Why be concise?
I'm doing it as quick as I can. It's a very important issue. You have Mr. Durst saying, as soon as the phone is picked up, he hasn't talked to Chavin in years.
So you're taking time for things that are not precisely relevant. The only question here is, if there's an instruction about consciousness of guilt from this, I could do that later. If there's no, the one point is to protect Mr. DeGuerin, because I heard it at the moment. I shook my head and thought to myself, this doesn't make Mr. DeGuerin look good. It makes him look unethical and nefarious, and it's not. It's fine. Now I understand why Mr. Chavin was concerned about it, but and there's no request for a comment that he's not participating or not helping, and they can argue what they want about it. I think I should comment to protect him just as I intervene to protect you. I think that this is what they suggested is a bit long. I like my own first paragraph.
Your Honor, actually, if we have a bigger issue with the court's instruction than we do with the defense's. If the court is going to give an instruction, and again, Your Honor, if I can just finish, because I think it's important. If both sides are going to stipulate, Your Honor, to testimony coming in, and we give it up, what's not addressed?
This is not an objection. It's just to help the jurors understand that and it helps your case. He testified that they were trying to contact him and it made him nervous. That's fine. That stands.
Your Honor, then let me explain
stands.
where we're going with argument. I want to make sure where we're going with argument is pretty simple. Bob Durst knew how important this information was. He communicated to Susan Giordano. He communicated it to Nick Chavin on the phone. Then we have, Your Honor, we have Nick Chavin saying that in essence, Susan Giordano is telling him, meaning Nick Chavin, that the lawyers want to speak to you. Then we have going forward, we have not just that the lawyers attempted to contact Mr. Chavin. The lawyers did the following. They attempted to contact him repeatedly. He wasn't interested. They contacted him and Kat spoke to him repeatedly. Then Mr. DeGuerin shows up at his place of business when he's made clear he doesn't want to speak to them. They contact his son, etc. Now, Your Honor, there's a point in time, and I understand the court is saying, well, there's no attempt in any way to dissuade a witness. I want to be real clear. You look at we're here trying to basically cover up. They did what they did, and we're not going to make an argument that, well, the defense in this case was trying to dissuade Mr. Chavin from testifying, but the evidence that comes out, it is what occurred, and the problem is that it goes to a real issue in this case because they're trying to say that Nick Chavin is lying, that Nick Chavin isn't truthful, that Nick Chavin's making this stuff up, and while that's coming on, and while it's taken him months to give the full story on this case, in the midst of all that, he's being intimidated by Susie Giordano, who is saying that she's being directed by the attorneys, Bob Durst, and the lawyers repeatedly showing up. So in the end, Your Honor, we would have brought Nick Chavin out here, and he would have testified, and we can bring him back. I have no problem. If the defense wants to have this instruction, what ought to happen is Nick Chavin get on the stand, and he can explain why it was and how he took the attempts that were being made by 4 different people. Remember, there's testimony that Dick DeGuerin asked a mutual friend, Kiki Friedman, to tell Nick to call him. Whatever his name is.
He's a significant musician.
Your Honor, this is a serious issue. So when the court is saying, oh, there was no...
Look, that's fine. I'm not going to let you attack the integrity of the lawyers. I'm going to read this first paragraph. You want to call Nick Chavin to come testify to explain that point, you can ask me for permission to do that.
When you say the first paragraph, Your Honor, so meaning that's it then?
That's it. And I'm reserving the right to give consciousness of guilt later.
Okay. Your Honor, we actually don't. If it's only the first paragraph, we're okay.
Wait.
That's it.
Hold on.
Anything else? Anything else?
They want to see.
Stop. I think you're ahead.
Wait, Your Honor?
Yep.
When you say that there's nothing illegal, unethical, or improper about attorneys attempting to speak to witnesses before their testimony, this is because the attorneys should anticipate testimony and prepare for it. That'll be it.
Yes, that's it.
We're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get our jurors. 1, People versus Robert Durst. Mr. Durst is present with Mr. Chesnoff, Mr. DeGuerin, we have Mr. Henderson, council table, and also Mr. Milius, Mr. Balian, and Mr. Lewin. And before we go forward, all jurors and alternates are present. So I did want to give a brief instruction to you at this point in Mr. Chavin's testimony. I want the jurors to understand there is nothing illegal, unethical, or improper about attorneys attempting to speak to witnesses before their testimony. That's because the attorney should anticipate testimony and prepare for it. So with that, you may continue, Mr. Henderson, playing the conditional exam.
Your Honor, we left off yesterday at 3 hours, 46 minutes, 58 seconds. That was page 208 of the transcript. Gone back about 20 seconds. There's about 2.5 hours left of the video.
Do you recall after you were contacted, by Mr. Durst, did you pick up the phone and contact myself or Detective Shamlian to let us know what had happened?
I think I did, yes.
And Mr. Chavin, during some of these calls with Mr. Durst, is it fair to say that you hid the fact that you had spoken to us?
Well, just because you don't say something doesn't mean you're hiding it.
Well, would you agree, Mr. Chavin, that you did not want Mr. Durst to realize that you were cooperating with us?
Yes, that's correct.
Just wait until the question is finished.
Okay, sure.
The next day, did you receive another call from Mr. Durst on April 9, 2015? 16, excuse me.
It's possible, I don't recall.
All right, let's see if
This day.
this refresh me. By the way, did you recognize, was that your voice and Mr. Durst's voice on the last?
Oh, yes.
This is going to be NC 209. This is going to be 4960-1915 jail call, page 5, lines 18 through 21.
Forward very much to meeting with you in California. And I spoke to Dick, and besides reminding me 27 times to tell you everything you and I say on the phone is listened to. Right.
Do you recall Mr. Durst telling you that he was aware that the calls were being monitored?
Yes, on several occasions.
I want to ask you for a moment, when I say Stewart and Emily Altman, Stewart is spelled S-T-E-W-A-R-T. Do you know who Stewart and Emily Altman are?
Yes, I do.
And who do you know Stewart Altman to be?
I know him to be a friend of Bob Durst, who was introduced to me by Bob, and to be an attorney in labor relations matters.
Have you ever known Stewart to be Bob Durst's lawyer?
I believe so, though I didn't know the particulars.
Have you known him to be Bob Durst's lawyers in criminal matters?
No.
Do you know from Bob Durst, does the relationship with Stewart Altman go back to high school?
I know it goes far back in his life, but I don't know exactly how far.
And is Emily, is that Stewart's wife?
Yes, she is.
And have you met both of them?
Yes, I have.
And if I were to ask you, based on your knowledge and observations and conversations with Mr. Durst, how close of a friend is Stewart Altman to Mr. Durst?
I assume they were very close friends.
When you say you assume, has Mr. Durst ever told you anything over the years, or have you witnessed anything over the years, not what you just assumed, but that leads you to that conclusion?
Only being invited to Bob's apartment when Stewart and Emily were already visiting.
Can you tell me, when Susan Giordano has talked to you, did she ever refer to Stuart Altman as a character witness for Bob?
Yes.
Do you recall Susan Giordano telling you that they want to use Doug Oliver and Stuart Altman as character witnesses?
Yes, I do recall that.
Did you ever meet Morris Black?
No.
And is it fair to say that the only time you ever became aware of Morris Black was after everything occurred in Galveston?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Have you ever talked to Bob Durst about Morris Black's death?
I'm thinking. No.
Have you ever told investigators in this case that you made a conscious decision not to ask Mr. Durst about Morris Black's death?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall ever telling detectives that you did not want to ask Mr. Durst about Morris Black's death because you wanted to save your questions for Susan Berman?
No, I don't recall that at all.
Let me ask you.
Doesn't make sense to me.
All right, I'll continue. When I say the name Miriam Barnes, and that's M-I-R-I-A-M, do you know who that is?
Yes, casually.
And who is Miriam Barnes?
I believe she was a neighbor at Beekman address of Susan Berman's, and I believe I just met her through Susan was in passing.
And can you spell Beekman for me?
B-E-E-K-M-A-N.
Is that a place in New York City
Yes.
where Susan lived in the, what period of time?
Yes, I think it was 30 Beekman Place. That would have been from the time I knew her coming to New York to the time she moved to California.
It's going to be late 70s, early 80s.
Yes.
And when you said that you knew Miriam Barnes as a friend of Susan's, do you recall any more details of how Susan and Miriam were involved?
Just that they were friends and neighbors.
So your memories of Miriam Barnes also was a resident of Beekman Place?
Yeah, unless for some reason I formulated an erroneous memory.
Based on your memory, was Miriam Barnes, was she a close friend of Susan's from what you knew and observed?
And Susan had a female friend that usually was a close friend. I think she was close.
Have you ever had a conversation with Miriam Barnes about Kathy Durst?
No.
I want to play something and ask you to refresh your recollection. This is going to be NC 185. I'm just pointing this out because it might never happen again, and so I want to get it pointed while I can. I told Mr. DeGuerin I would be 45 minutes today. He expressed reasonable skepticism at that estimate. I am almost done. So I just want to throw it out. There'll be many times when I underestimate how much time, so I wanted to get my credit for time.
Okay, I thought it was 45 lawyer minutes.
This is going to be, Your Honor, 10:30:15 interview. Okay? This is going to be LADA Bates 148729, page 39, lines 5 through 19. I want you to listen to this. I'd asked you before the question about had you asked. Oh, sure, go ahead. It's going to be page 39. I'd asked you a few moments ago whether or not you had deliberately decided not to ask Bob questions about Morris Black. Do you remember that? Remember the question I just asked you?
Yeah, I remember the question you asked me. Yes.
I want you to listen to this.
Let's go back to real quick. Did Bob ever mention anything to you? So you know what he said about Morris. He said that it was self-defense, right? Did you ever ask him, or did he ever mention anything to you about it? That
Well, that wasn't subject we ever talked about Morris Black.
so, you never asked him, and I would assume that is the
I
reason.
didn't know the guy, and I didn't have anything to do with it. You know, it wasn't like Kathy or Susan.
Well, you were going to save your questions for the ones that you really care about.
Absolutely.
Does that refresh your memory at all? Does that refresh your memory at all?
Yes, but I don't know what is different about that from what I said.
So I'd asked you a moment ago if you had, one moment. I'd asked you a moment ago if you deliberately did not ask Mr. Durst any questions about Morris Black because you wanted to save your questions for, I had asked about Susan, but for Kathy or Susan, and you had said, I believe you answered no, that you did not remember that. In that clip right there, when I asked you, were you going to save your questions for the two ones that you really cared about, and your answer was absolutely. So I'm just asking.
When you asked me a few minutes ago, I thought you were just asking me if I talked about Morris Black, not anything about saving it for questions of Kathy. I never heard that.
The first time that we spoke to you was April 6, 2015.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that we spoke to you approximately 5 to 10 more times before you ended up telling us the full truth of what you knew?
Yes.
On October 30th, 2015, is that when you represented to us that you were now telling us the full truth of what you knew?
I believe so, but I want to qualify by saying if that's approximately 7 months after we first talked, yes.
Just in my last area here. Overall, how have myself and the detectives from the Los Angeles Police Department and my partners, how have we treated you in this case?
You treated me with sensitivity, with understanding, and that I really had never expected from a prosecutor.
From the start, the first time we talked, has there been one overriding thing that we've asked you to do?
Yes.
What is that?
Just tell the truth.
If I were to ask you, how easy was it for you to tell us the whole truth?
Well, I think the metaphor, like ripping off a bandage, was probably, it was difficult.
In the end, Mr. Chavin, what was it that compelled you to finally tell everything that you knew about Robert Durst's involvement in Susan Berman's murder? In the end, you made the decision to tell us the full extent you've said of what you knew about Robert Durst's involvement in Susan Berman's murder, is that right?
Yes.
What was it that finally caused you to do that?
Actually, it was a memory of my childhood with my father, who was an attorney, and he was explaining to me that the whole truth meant if a child's mother says, did Johnny break his arm and he broke his leg, and you say, no, he didn't, that was not the whole truth. I don't know if that makes, I wasn't telling the whole truth by not explaining what had happened. Did that metaphor make sense?
I want you, Mr. Chavin, if you can, to the end explain. Did you have to balance competing interests in this case, and how you did so?
Yes, I felt that I had to consider my obligation to Susan and Susan's memory and my obligation to my other friend Bob, and I felt the seriousness of what happened with Susan outweighed my current friendship or loyalty to Bob Durst, and I felt it was more important to be entirely truthful and say everything I knew.
Did Susan's words to you, that you said she had repeated often, in essence, Kathy's dead, we can't do anything about that, we have to help Bob, are those words that you've thought about many times over the years?
Yes.
So, well, I'd like you to explain your feelings when contemplating what Susan said to you about Kathy.
I thought about it often, and there was another thing she said, which was when I challenged her and said, how do you know? And she said, because he told me. That, for me, was just proof incontrovertible that that's how she knew. I mean, I thought about the fact that Susan's memory is, and this ironically is living, and I had a duty to protect it, just like she claimed we had a duty to protect Bob.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. DeGuerin, will you be conducting the cross-examination?
I will, Your Honor.
Gary, you may proceed with your examination.
Mr. Chavin, I'm Dick DeGuerin.
Nice to meet you.
I'm the guy that came to your office, left my card. Do you still have my business card?
I believe I do.
If you were being represented by a lawyer, would you want your lawyer to do everything he could to talk to witnesses that might have some knowledge?
Within reason, yes.
And within reason would be talk to people that have knowledge, right?
Well, I wouldn't want him to alienate a witness.
And as calling a witness, asking the witness to return a call, do you see that as alienating?
No, I see calling his son and wife as alienating.
Well, as a matter of fact, what happened was your son answered the phone when Mr. Fetchheimer called your home, right?
No,
Oh,
he
you're
called my
his-
son's residence in Brooklyn.
Where he lives with your mother, your ex-wife?
No, he doesn't live with any member of the family.
Okay. So you took offense at that,
Yes, I did. Scared him.
and you had refused to return phone calls on a number of occasions, right?
I just didn't return calls. I think I returned one call to your office, an associate of yours. I know I did because we spoke.
You and I spoke?
No, I spoke with an associate of yours.
How old is your son?
He's 23.
23 years old. Is this the autistic son?
No, it's not.
So this is a 23-year-old young man?
Yes, it is.
All right. On October the 30th, 2015, after speaking to Mr. Lewin and the detectives on at least 5.5, maybe 10 different times from April of 2015, is when you finally said that Bob said to you, it was her or me. I had no choice.
that a question?
Is that correct? Is that the time, Frank? From April of 2015, maybe 10 different conversations, correct?
Seems correct, yes.
And you claim that this happened at a supper or dinner that you had with in Manhattan
Yes,
or in Harlem.
yes.
And for those who may not be familiar with the various boroughs, Harlem is kind of north of Manhattan, right? But on Manhattan Island.
Yes,
You claim that the dinner happened at a restaurant on 120th Street and Lenox Avenue, correct?
approximately.
Have you been back to that location just to check to see that that's where it was?
No, I haven't.
And you have said to Mr. Lewin and the investigators that that restaurant was called Barrow Wine, B-A-R-A-W-I-N-E, correct?
That, what, I didn't know that for certain, that was what I thought.
Let's see, our exhibit, 3 R's. This is an email. Can you see that email?
Can you mind just giving us the dates on the bottom? On the bottom left, the little number that says eligible.
148663.
That's it.
I did 2020 division.
That's an email you sent to Mr. Lewin in January of 2016. Is it?
If the date on it's correct, yeah.
Okay, and you, what the email says is, "Hello, John, hope all is well with you. Here is what I am 85% sure is the restaurant where Bob and I ate when he spoke with me on the street. Barrow Wine, 200 Lenox Avenue, corner of 120th, Harlem, New York. Nick, I read that correctly?
Yes, you
And
did.
that's, you sent that?
I said I was 85%.
Yes, you sent that, didn't you?
I wrote that, yes.
And you sent it?
I wrote it.
Okay, you wrote it, did you send it?
Oh, send it, I thought you were saying, did you say it? Yeah, I sent it.
Sorry. Are you a little hard of hearing?
No, I think it's your accent. Deep southern drawl.
Not sure on Texas.
I am, but I don't talk that way.
Okay. So you were at least certain enough about it to send the name of the restaurant to Mr. Lewin that you claimed that this happened.
Yes, after looking it up on Google Maps and the tiny script looking at it, I certainly could be wrong about the spelling or the address.
Okay, well, let's take a look at airline number 5L. It's LLLLL. Is that the restaurant, the one that's on the screen?
You know, it's night and I can't actually tell for sure.
Picture of a restaurant.
Barrow Wine, so
There's a picture of, on the screen, of Barrow Wine Restaurant at Lenox Avenue and 120. Is that the restaurant where you claim
something's going on with that court system.
I can't be sure because there's seating outside. There wasn't when I was there. And from appearance, I can't be sure.
All right. Well, you're 85% sure. Is that right?
I'm not 85% sure that that is the same as what I wrote about in my email.
Can you read the address that's on the picture?
Yeah, it wasn't lit up, and there wasn't a seating outside. Just, I can't be sure that that's the same.
Well, is that the same one that you put in your email?
I put in my email what I thought was the address and the spelling. Both could have been wrong. Clearly the spelling was wrong, right?
Well, let's look at the email. Again, triple R. Same spelling? Yes. Same address?
Yes.
Okay, same spelling, same address. That's what you sent to
The
Mr.
associate of mine,
Just a moment, please. That's what you sent to Mr. Lewin. Sent, S-E-N-T,
mhm,
to Mr. Lewin.
that is what I sent, yes.
All right. Now, you know enough about New York to know that there are people on the street all the time, at all hours of the day and night, don't you?
Some streets, yes.
And the corner of Lennox and 120th is a busy corner, isn't it?
I don't know that to be so.
Has it been your experience that it's a busy corner? You were there.
I have never been there before, and it wasn't busy when I was there. And there wasn't outdoor seating, and there weren't people there.
Because if there had been a lot of people there, doesn't it make it seem kind of unusual that Mr. Durst would confess to you of a busy street corner by a busy restaurant?
Not at a cafe, that's a cafe, a sidewalk cafe. The
Yeah.
seating is that. The seating was not that when we were there.
So let's take turns. So if you'll pause.
Wait, listen to the question, pause, take a breath, then answer.
That's your answer.
Yes.
All right. It's 7 months between April, when you first talked to him, and October, when you came up with the story. We can agree it's 7 months, can't we?
Not that I came up with the story, that makes it sound like I just came up with it. It was 7 months since I said it.
I intended it to sound that way. It took 7 months for you to come up with the story that you told the prosecutors about Bob Durst confessing to you, didn't it?
No.
Did you tell them that during that 7 months until October or not?
Came up with it suggests that I thought of it 7 months later.
Yes, it does.
Well, that's not the case.
All right. Well, that was the first time you told them.
Not.
Isn't it? The
There's
first
a
time.
million
Just
things
a minute.
that I haven't said to them.
Ask the witness to be.
I didn't ever come up with the story. It occurred a long time before. It was never mentioned to the prosecutors when I first spoken with them. I deliberated for many, many months on what I wanted to say in lieu of what I knew. And it was only then that I decided to talk about it. Well, then no one came up with it.
Well, let's see what we can agree on, Mr. Chavin. You first told the story to the prosecutors on October the 30th. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And you did not tell them that story in many conversations with them between April of 2015 and October the 30th of 2015, when you finally told them the story.
That's correct. You want to repeat that?
No, I don't. I will.
I lost track of it. Sorry.
May we have the court order?
And you did not tell them that story in many conversations with them between April 2015 and October the 30th of 2015, when you finally told them the story.
Yes.
That's correct, isn't it?
It seems correct, yes.
Okay. In fact, you even told them that it was untrue that Bob had confessed to you. Didn't you?
I don't recall when you're talking about that I said Bob didn't confess.
Well, for instance, on April the 7th, the very next day after the first time you talked to the prosecutors, you said that Bob didn't tell you anything, didn't you?
Well, didn't tell me anything?
Yes.
Okay, that's not confess, you.
Our exhibit triple C,
Yeah.
April the 7th, page 5.
Guys, didn't give me this is let's see. You can project that.
We're going to enlarge that so you can see it. Here's your description of this meeting, and I'll read it to you. And we left. We walked outside, and I looked. He was going to go one way, and I was going to go the other. And I looked at him, and I said, "Bob, you were going to tell me about Susan." And he turned, and he just sort of shrugged and looked real. He looked upset, and he just shrugged, and he kind of mumbled something. I've been trying to put together what it was, and I can't really put together what it was. Did I read that accurately?
Yes,
Those are your words, aren't they?
yes.
So the answer is, by the standard of lying by omission, according to what you're claiming now, that's a lie.
No, because I said he mumbled something.
But you said, I can't really put it together what it was. So you're telling the prosecutors on a tape recorded or recorded conversation that you didn't know what was said. I can't really put it together what it was. Those are your words, aren't they?
Yes, I don't remember that conversation, but yes.
You don't deny it, do you?
Is there a recording of that?
There is.
We didn't do that, did we? Your Honor, have we heard that? Have we heard that recording?
Have you been listening to recordings while preparing for trial?
No. Well, yes,
Preparing for this?
not this.
Did the prosecution play this for you?
No, not that I recall.
This is a transcript that was prepared by the district attorney's office and furnished to us. I'll show you the first page of it.
No. You don't have a recording of it.
I do have a recording of it.
Can we hear it?
But here's the transcript prepared by the district attorney's office. Scroll down a little bit. No, that's April 6th. Okay. I'll show it. It's April 7th. See the other date? Yeah. And show that it's prepared.
For the record, this is a transcript of April 7th, 2015.
Mr. Chavin, how many of the transcripts of your recorded conversations have you seen in preparation for the hearing today and yesterday?
I believe just, you mean in court here?
No.
You
No,
just
I
say
mean
yes.
in preparation,
Oh.
when you've been meeting with the prosecutors or the
Just one that I recall.
prosecutors. Only one.
One moment.
Page 5. Do you deny those were your words?
You know, you're asking me to remember exactly. They appear to be, but I'm also looking at what I said. I said I've been trying to put together what it was. I wasn't ready to talk about it then. Apparently, that's the way it looks to me.
So you were lying?
I wouldn't call it lying.
Well, here's the reason I'm asking you that. Did you have in mind, when you had this conversation, what you have now claimed in court, that is, that Bob said it was her or me, I had no choice. Did you have it in your mind then?
Well, I knew it, yes.
But you said...
Yes, I did.
You said to the district, and I asked you about that, Mr. Chavin. You say you weren't ready to talk about it, but I asked you if you had in mind what you claimed Bob said to you. And your answer was yes.
Well, my answer is, I don't know.
So you don't know whether you had in your mind what you were going to claim that Bob said? At the time, April the 7th, when you talked to the district attorney's office?
I'm not clear about what I had in mind.
But at any rate, you do not deny those were your words. I can't really put together what it was.
Well, they appear to be my words.
Well, let's move on. Clearly, it's your position in your testimony that Mr. Durst on on whatever the date was at Barrowline, confessed to you by saying it was her or me, I had no choice. That's what you're saying today. And
Yes.
yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And did you just not remember it at the time of April the 7th, 15, when you gave this interview? Is that what you meant by I'm trying to put it together?
I wasn't prepared to get specific then, and I didn't know how to say that. I felt strange saying I'm not going to tell you.
Well, let's go on a little bit. Let's see page 19, please, the same transcript. This is our triple C. It's April the 7th, 15. I'll read it to you. This is the D stands for Deputy District Attorney Lewin, and the C, of course, is you. All right, so here's what I'm thinking. Well, let me ask this question right now. If Bob had confessed to you, if Bob had said, hey, listen, I killed Susan, would you tell me right now? You said yes. I would tell you, yeah. You didn't say I'm reluctant or I'm waiting or anything. You said you would tell, right?
Yes, but those weren't the words.
There's a logical break, and we haven't gone that long, our reporters have. So I am going to take a shorter break, a 10-minute break, I think will satisfy everybody. Is that all right with you? 10, okay? Do not converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form or express any opinion on the case. 10:40 will return. Robert Durst. The defendant is present with Mr. DeGuerin and Mr. Chesnoff. We have Mr. Henderson at council table, and also Mr. Milius and Mr. Bailey are present. Mr. Henderson, you may resume playing the conditional examination of Nick Chavin.
Let's go a little bit further in this same conversation to page 20. And I'll read your response here. Line 1, page 20. I think I'm telling you what happened. I mean, I expected him to tell me point blank one way or the other, and he didn't, meaning did not. That's what you said, isn't it?
Apparently.
Did you have in mind then what you now claim that Bob confessed to you?
I think that's correct. It wasn't point blank what he said. He said I had no choice, it was her or me. He didn't tell me point blank, I killed him.
Well, in your, again, to use your father's example that you used earlier, if you just tell part of something, that's not the truth, is it?
It's probably a half-truth what I'm doing there. I wasn't prepared to talk about it.
A half-truth is a lie, isn't it?
Well, I wasn't under oath, I was in a telephone conversation.
Well, would it make a difference if you were under oath?
Yes, it would.
So you would more easily lie if you're not under oath?
It's very subtle whether that's even a half-truth. There was never a point-blank description. I mean, I think you're really exaggerating what I'm saying.
Let's go on to page 20, page 37. Here's a excerpt of, it's on page 10, on lines 10 through 13 of page 37. What I think you're hearing and what would happen is Bob wanted to tell me something and he didn't. Did not. It was he wanted to confess to something, but he did not. So twice there in that one paragraph, you tell the prosecutors that he didn't say anything incriminating.
I also said I don't know what else it could have been. I mean, I see the person waffling and not wanting to describe everything here. We're seeing two different things.
Waffling?
Yeah.
That's your term? You were waffling?
Yeah.
Is
I think I
waffling
know
telling the
myself.
truth?
What was your question?
Waffling is...
waffling telling the truth?
The whole truth?
Just a minute. Repeated it for the court reporter who requested that I do so.
You're talking to me?
I was telling you what I was doing. I repeated it for the court reporter because she asked me to. Do you have the question in mind?
No.
Is waffling telling the truth?
I don't know the waffling is hedging yourself. I mean, I think there's subtle shades here and you're not seeing them. What I should have said is I don't want to tell you about it, but I didn't say that.
Okay, that's April the 7th. You went on to continue to, in effect, tell the prosecutors that Bob didn't say anything to you, didn't you?
Well, you just asked me about something we haven't looked at yet, didn't you?
Well, no, I'm not asking you about what's on the screen right now. Didn't you go on to continue to tell the prosecutors in that conversation that Bob didn't tell you anything?
I don't know without reading it, I can't know from that far in the past what.
All right, page 43 of the same April the 7th transcript. lines 18 through 24. He denied telling me what he wanted to tell me about Susan or Kathy. I mean, he was the one who said he wanted to tell me things, and then he didn't. You go on to say, I think I called him twice, he just kept walking away. So you're telling the prosecutors, he didn't tell you anything.
Well, that was when I asked him about Kathy when
I'm
he
not
was.
asking you when, I'm asking you the question. You kept telling the prosecutors that he didn't say anything.
Well, he denied telling me what he wanted to tell me. I'm not sure, I mean, I don't know what denied telling me means. I mean, I know I said it.
It seems to me, perhaps I'm wrong, but Mr. Chavin, that you're saying here today, February 2017, that you can't remember what you told some prosecutors about 2 years ago, but you do remember something that you claim Bob said even longer ago than that.
Well, you've confused me. What's the thing I can't remember the prosecutors
Well,
saying?
you seem to be expressing a lack of memory about things that you said to the prosecutor that I've shown you, that's recorded, that's been transcribed. You claim that you don't really remember saying that? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that if I see something written that I said years ago, or anyone has shown that, they're not going to necessarily remember saying it. They can acknowledge seeing it, but no, I don't remember exactly. I don't remember the details of this conversation. I'm sorry.
It would be amazing if you did remember the details, but having been shown a transcript of it, do you deny that those are your words? I think I called him twice, he kept walking away. And also, he was the one who said he wanted to tell me things, and then he did not. You deny saying that?
It's hard to deny what's written. I would feel better if I heard it, because I know I didn't want to speak about it then. I know that. And this is just the way on a telephone call, the way I avoided answering this question. And based on knowing myself, I know it's exactly what I did.
You've been out here 2 weeks, haven't you?
Yes.
A little over 2 weeks.
Yes.
And you've been under the care, custody, and control of law enforcement out here.
Yes.
And you've had plenty of opportunity during that time to study all of these transcripts if they had been given to you, haven't you?
If they had been given to me, which they weren't.
And you've had plenty of time to review all of the recordings of your conversations with the prosecutors if they had given them to you for review. Haven't you had time?
Haven't I had time to see something that didn't happen, you're asking me?
So let me boil those questions down a little bit more. You've already said you've been here for over 2 weeks and in the care of the law enforcement, right?
Yes.
By here, I mean in Los Angeles, not in New York.
Yes.
And you've had plenty of time, if they had given you the recordings, to have listened to them, haven't you?
I can't know that. There were hundreds of pages, I think. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't given them, so what's the point of the question?
If I were to tell you that there were about 8 hours total of recordings, assume that fact, you've had enough time to listen to them over and over again, haven't you?
I can't
During
know
the
that.
time you've been here waiting to testify.
I can't know that. Some things take a while. I wouldn't be speed reading. I'd be going slowly. I just don't know. I've never read that many hours of transcripts before. I don't know how long it takes.
Well, let's go at it a different way. Let's talk about just the length of the recordings. If recordings, if a total of about 8 hours, you've been here 17 days, have you had enough time to have listened to that?
I had no way of knowing. Look how long it's taken just to look at a few lines.
I didn't ask you about the lines, I'm asking you about the recordings. 8 hours. You've had enough time to listen to 8 hours of recordings, haven't you?
Listening to and listening carefully, I don't know how to answer that. I just don't know how long something like that takes. I've never listened to 8 hours.
Well,
of
if it takes an
transcript.
hour to listen to an hour-long recording, does that give you a clue?
No. Listening to it, you might want to play it over and over and over again. There are some things you hear recorded, and you're looking at them over and over, and listening to them over and over.
We heard a recording yesterday. We were in court. It was played for us.
Yes.
It took as long to listen to it as the recording took, didn't it?
Listening to it and evaluating it are different.
Okay. So, do you recall talking about Mr. Bagley in this conversation?
This conversation that we're looking at now,
The one on April the 7th?
no, I don't recall it because I don't recall the whole thing. If I look at it, I'll.
Okay, page 46.
Okay.
Are you able to read that?
No, I-
It starts about line 80. And I'll read it for the record. Let me tell you something that I asked Charlie Bagley. This is you speaking.
Right.
And we were talking about both of them. But I said, what would you do if suddenly, after all these years, Kathy, really, you know that she was alive and living with someone else in Bolivia? What would you think? And he said, now you're quoting Charlie Bagley, I think that he was the most maligned and hurt person by everyone that I've ever known.
I remember that.
You do remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So at least that part's accurate.
Well, it's a very unusual statement. And also it's someone else talking to me. Yes, I do remember. I'm sorry.
Did the prosecutors ask you to speculate who killed Susan?
Not that I recall.
In April, a little later than, excuse me, April the 23rd. This is our triple D. Exhibit 9. The first page of the transcript is on the screen. Just look at what you say here. Here you're describing the same dinner that you described on court, aren't you? So we had dinner, and we left, and we were out on the sidewalk saying goodbye. And I said, I reminded him that he wanted to talk to me about it. And he said, oh, he mumbled something. Oh, we didn't talk about it. And he said, next time. That's what you told the prosecutors. That was your description of that meeting, right?
Essentially the same. I didn't want to talk about it.
I didn't ask you that. That was your description of the meeting, wasn't it?
If that in fact is what I said, yes, I want to hear it, but I'm believing it as I see it.
We will stipulate that we provided these transcripts to the defense, and we did our best to make them as accurate as possible. But we can't guarantee to the ultimate accuracy. That's up to the audio itself.
So stipulated,
That's fine.
court accepts the stipulation.
So then don't ask me if I believe it. I'd like to hear it.
Well, we'd be here at least 8 hours. And as you say, it would take much longer to hear them correctly. So the most sufficient use of the court's time and of yours, Mr. Chavin, if you don't want to come back next week and be here for another week.
Why don't I say if the audio is the
Just a
same?
moment, please.
All right, let's, your obligation has nothing to do with the court's schedule. Your obligation is simply to tell the truth. So answer the question as best you can. If you can't remember, that's acceptable. Yes or no, it's acceptable.
So here's my question. You said to the prosecutor that you didn't talk about it, and he said next time. That's what you said, isn't it?
That's what's written.
Yes, that's what you said, isn't it?
If the audio bears that out, yes.
Did you hear what the prosecutor said, that they did their best to provide an accurate transcript?
Of course I did.
Okay. Well, if we can assume that they did their best and that this is accurate as much as possible, that's what you said, isn't it?
I'm trying to say that if that's what the tape bears out, yes.
Okay,
Is that not a good answer?
I'd be happy to frame my questions, assuming that this is an accurate transcript.
Good.
Okay. Sounds
Counsel,
like
we'll stipulate that for the remaining of the questions, you will not have to say in advance that assuming this is an accurate transcript, that it would be incorporated. We would offer that stipulation if you're willing to accept it and might help.
Well, oh, yes, I'm willing to accept.
right. So the parties agree that it's pretty, you might not, it's pretty close to whatever it is.
Yes.
You said that's in fact your voice on the tape that you heard.
Right.
So I think you can fairly accept this for my answer to this question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so, once again, you said, not that he said, it was her or me, I had no choice. He said, next time.
Yes,
That's an
but
affirmative statement by you, isn't it?
except that next time doesn't occur in the previous thing that we looked at. It only occurs here, so I'm clearly just dodging and trying not to talk about it. Right, because I didn't say next time the other thing we looked at.
Well, I didn't ask you that question. My question was about your statement next time. You told the prosecutors that Bob said to you, next time.
As we sit here now, I don't, that's what I said, that's not what I remember.
Did you also tell the prosecutors, I don't know what he's trying to tell me?
Yes. But I know that he's trying to tell me something. You didn't highlight that.
Okay, so let's put that together. Here it is, April the 23rd of 15. And you're telling the prosecutors that you don't know what he said, or what he was trying to say, excuse me.
Yes, that's what I said.
Do you have generally in mind, Mr. Chavin, that during this time, by this time I mean in April, and then leading into May and June and so forth, but particularly in April, you did not want the prosecutors to contact your wife, Terry.
Yes.
And so the record and the court can be clear on that. You are married to Terry, T-E-R-R-I or T-E-R-R-Y.
Why? Teresa.
Teresa. Everybody that knows her is Terry, right?
Well, no, most people know her as Teresa. I call her Terry.
Okay. And, but you do not live together, is that right?
No, we do live together.
All right. But you didn't want the prosecutors to talk to Terry.
At that time, no.
And so we can be clear in the record, and the court can, Terry works for Douglas Durst.
No, she works for the Durst organization, a huge organization, not for Douglas specifically.
And Douglas is very influential, isn't
In spheres of government and politics and real estate, yeah.
he? Was there a time when
You're younger, 72.
Was there a time when you were making a pitch to Douglas during this time? And I'm
To
talking
the Durst organization, not to Douglas.
well, to the Durst organization.
Right. Yes.
And when was that period of time?
It's about a year and a half ago. I don't know exactly. I'm not good with dates.
During the time of these conversations with the
I
prosecutor?
think it was over by then.
You knew well the relationship between Douglas and Bob, didn't you? They hate each other.
Yeah.
And by this time, you were hoping to, well, you're making a pitch to the Durst organization, so you were hoping to get some business, right?
Yes, me and our team are both on the whole agency.
You knew that Douglas wanted Bob put away.
I knew it as a fact. He never told me as such, but that was, I think, just believed by people.
Well, that's what you told the prosecutors, didn't you?
Well, since I didn't hear it directly from Douglas, if I did, it's hearsay, I think.
Okay. I'm back now to our exhibit triple B. It's April the 6th conversation, line 24. The question is, can you read that right now? It's on your screen.
I'm not. Yeah, I see that.
All right, let me read it. This is your words. I'm in the middle of a really big pitch for one of the biggest jobs in the city, for Douglas Durst to trust me now. I gave, there's some ellipses, Douglas is, you know, scared to death of Bob and certainly wants to see Bob put away. It could only help me. I read that correctly?
With the exception of what came after gave and what came after but I'm not.
Well, did I read correctly what's on the screen?
Yes.
The transcript.
But I don't exactly know what's being said. And I don't recall saying.
Well, let's take it apart.
Okay.
You're making a really big pitch,
Right.
right? For one of the biggest jobs in the city for Douglas Durst to trust me now. Right?
Yes.
That's your words. Right?
Yes.
Douglas is...
No, you skipped. I gave.
Well, that's, the transcript skips there. But here's my question. Douglas is, you know, scared to death of Bob and certainly wants to see Bob put away. Those are your words?
Yes.
And then you say, it could only help me. What you meant there about it could only help me is if you could say something bad about Bob.
No, I don't think that's the assumption. There's no antecedent for what it is.
Well, an antecedent, to use your words, is Douglas wants to see Bob put away. And you could help. Right?
I think you're making an assumption that I don't see here.
Well, are the words there?
Sorry.
Are the words there?
Yeah, except for what came after. I mean, we've lost the thread of the conversation. An ellipse.
Let me ask you, Mr. Chavin, what did you mean by Douglas wants to see Bob put away? It could only help me.
I can't say as I sit here now.
You just don't recall?
No, there's not enough information on what it means.
Well, if you could say something bad about Bob that would help put him away, that would help you with Douglas, wouldn't it?
In your words, yes, but I don't know that it says that here. I just have to know what it means.
Well, let's just go to the premise that if you could say something bad about Bob that would help him put away, help him be put away, it would help you with Douglas, wouldn't it?
You know, it does depend on, but I'm not. I could be saying, but I'm not going to do that. Couldn't it say that
Well,
reasonably?
let's go on down, just to the next word. But I'm not, and the next thing you say is, I'm just saying those are just, go ahead. And you say, yeah.
Well, I'm sure Douglas wants the truth just like everyone else.
And then you say, he just wants to see Bob ever out.
I don't know if that's never out or ever, I mean, I don't know what it's supposed to say.
Back up to the words that we're trying to figure out what you were trying to convey here. When you say that it could only help you, that would mean words that would hurt Bob, right? Something that would hurt Bob in his case.
We could go up and back on this. I don't see it that way. You do, and I understand that you do.
Can you explain then what you meant by it?
Well, I try to. I say, no, I mean, and then, I mean, are you suggesting that, I don't know what you're suggesting. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
I'm asking you, sir, what you meant by it could only help me.
And I
What
can't
could
tell
only
from
help
this.
you? Let me finish my question.
Okay.
What could only help you? Is it that if you were able to say something that would help put Bob away, that would help you because it would help you with Douglas Durst?
Douglas wants the truth, just like everyone else. I think what we're saying here is that Douglas wants me to tell the truth. Isn't that reasonable? It says that.
I'm going to jump way ahead here for just a second. We'll just have a short period before lunch, but there was a conversation that you had with the prosecution on July the 23rd. It's our triple I, and I want to go to page 33. Before we put that on the screen, is it fair to say you wanted to do everything in your power to have Douglas Durst feel the best about you?
No.
Did you say you're close to Douglas Durst?
No.
Let's go to page 33 of the transcript for July the 23rd, 15. I want to do everything in my power to have Douglas Durst feel the best about me. Those are your words, aren't they?
Yes, but not with reference to business.
Here are your words. I want to do everything in my power to have Douglas Durst feel the best about me. You said that, didn't you?
Yes.
Even though you denied saying it about 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Those weren't the exact words of 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Did you say that your business depends upon goodwill with Douglas Durst?
Well, not my business with Douglas because I didn't get the job.
Well, that happened later, didn't it?
Almost the same time. That's kind of
My question is, did you say as the transcript has you saying, my business depends upon goodwill with his brother, meaning Douglas Durst.
Yes.
Who hates him? You said that.
Yes.
I want to do everything in my power to have Douglas Durst feel the best about me. You said that.
Yes.
That's what this is about. You said that.
Yes, I don't know what I mean by this, but yes.
You didn't know what you mean when you said it, or you don't know what you mean, what you meant back then?
I don't know now as I say that's what this is about, but
Okay. Let me make sure I understand what you just said. You now don't know what you meant back then. Is that right?
no, but not seeing the whole thing, it's hard to know what this is about at all.
My next question is, did you know back then what you meant by that?
Probably.
So what did you mean by it?
I imagine the real estate business.
And did you say that you were close to Douglas Durst?
No.
Okay. Shoot, there's one line up.
Page name, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, this is page 33.
Thank you.
Are we talking about what's in the yellow above or what's in the yellow below?
The yellow, which is Nick stating, and I've come to be close to him. So did you tell the prosecutor back then that you were close to Douglas Durst?
I've got to see what's above it.
All right. What's above it is that you said you wanted Douglas Durst to feel the best about me. That's what this is about. He's a great guy and a good client, and I've come to be close to him.
Well, I think that's wish fulfillment. They're wishful thinking.
I didn't ask you whether it's wish fulfillment. I asked you whether you said it, you denied it, and now...
I said it, but I was never close to Douglas, so I don't know how you want to interpret
So
that.
you were lying?
When you're talking about being close to someone, it's an emotion. It's not exactly a factual statement that's a lie or not a lie. I tell people I feel close to you.
Well, that would be a lie, wouldn't it?
No, you say I feel it. No, if I feel it, I mean, come on.
Well,
I'm talking about feelings.
here's the deal. Here's the quotes in context. You say that your business depends on goodwill with Douglas Durst. You want to do everything in your power to have Douglas Durst feel good about you. That's what this is about. He's a great guy, good client, and I've come to be close to him, your words. And if you said anything about Bob Durst confessing a murder to you, that would put you in good graces with Douglas Durst, wouldn't it?
Yes, but why wouldn't I have said it then?
Garen, you may continue the process of opinion.
Mr. Chavin, no, you don't know exactly what dates you talked to the prosecution on, but there was a series of time up from April until July, but there were a number of telephone conversations, all of them recorded. We have transcripts of all of them. What I'm going to do is play the entire recording of July the 23rd and to put it in context. There was a period of time when you did not want prosecution to contact your wife's character, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then there was a particular phone call where you said, well, it's okay to contact her.
Yes, sir.
But then, after they did contact Terry, you had second thoughts about it, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
And in fact, kind of you got angry about it.
Okay.
That's true, that's a fair statement.
Yes.
The tape recording, or the recording that I'm going to play in its entirety, we've just arranged for you to have a transcript of, so you can follow along.
Okay.
It is the recording in which you began early saying Terry is hysterical. You remember that, kind of generally remembering that? And so, Your Honor, the transcript, we've agreed that the court reporter will not need to take down the transcript.
She will not.
And we will have substitute a transcript that's provided to us by the prosecution. It's our triple I.
May I proceed? Does the court want a copy? No, a copy of this. Thank you.
Raised an interesting question, that is what exhibit number to attach to your actual recording.
I see, this is not a, this is a new recording?
This is the July 23rd.
I see. So this is a new exhibit.
The triple I.
Transcript G. The recording would be triple I and the transcript triple I.
By the way, Mr. Chavin, did you meet with the prosecution over the lunch hour?
No, I did not.
Okay, we start. Yeah.
Hey Nick, you have John Lewin, Habib Alien, and George Shanlian on. Okay. Hey, so here is the situation. Are you aware that you had told us to call Terry when we had. I asked you if I could call her to tell you you were going to call her. No. When we had spoken to you originally, you had said, "Hey, listen, I told all this info to Terry." And we said originally, "Hey, can we call her?" You said, "No, I don't want you to do it yet." And then last week, you said, "Okay, I understand." You said, "Go ahead and call her, but can I call her first?" Right. Right. So you ended up. You told me she never called her, but go ahead. Boy, say it again. No, but you basically told us to call her to talk to her about the conversation that you had with her after me. Right. You were going to call her. No. But the idea of calling her came from you. You were just telling me that you were going to call her. Correct. Yes. Yeah. When you told us, we asked you, "Hey, have you ever told anybody this information? You talked about this situation." You said, "Yes, I've talked about it with my wife, and I've told her everything." So we said, "You know what? We're going to need to talk to her." So anyway, so what happened is that we talked to Terry on Friday, and then Terry called us back on Saturday. On Saturday, Terry related to us that gave us some information that you had not previously disclosed. Are you aware of what she told us? No. Nor do I. Terry's a bit of a hysteric. She was like in tears and all upset, not speaking to me, so I don't really know. Well, so basically, she called us and she told us that you had contacted her and had told her before we called her on Friday that don't tell us about the thing Bob told you. And so when we talked to her on Friday, when we talked to her on Friday, she did not disclose that. On Saturday, we talked to her. She called us back, and she gave us some information regarding something that Bob said to you at that dinner, which is...
Well, I have no idea what you're talking about. You guys know what you're talking about. I don't recall even what I told you. People don't just memorize every aspect of the conversation and say, hey, this is what was said.
No, Nick. So what she told us was, she said that that when you had come back and you had told her that, and this is, recent, not 20 years ago, that you had had dinner with Bob and that Bob had said something to you. You also had told us during the first conversation you had dinner with Bob, and the words that you had used was, you had said that when I asked if Bob confessed, you said he didn't have to. Do you remember telling us that?
No.
Okay,
I don't even know what it means. I don't even know what she's told you that I said to her. No, he didn't.
So you don't have any idea. You haven't talked to her about this since she spoke to us at all?
I don't remember every conversation I had.
No, Nick. I'm just asking if you talked to her in the last couple of days about this.
No.
Oh, okay. And so you haven't. So she talked to us on Friday. And she told
Terry likes to get all excited about stuff and keep making calls, and she's just making it that way. Yeah. The first time we like what you call her.
What's that?
That's why I didn't want you calling her, because I knew this would happen.
Well, we had when we said to you, we said, hey, listen, Nick, we've got, we need to contact her, and we originally said, hey, listen, don't do it yet.
Right, I know you're repeating that.
Okay, no, and so we followed what you said, and then this week we said, listen, we need to call her, and you said okay. So
but if I said not to, we should not. You're gonna call her anyway. You said.
Well, no. Well, we asked.
That's how I understood that call.
Well,
I would have said don't call her.
Well,
why would you say no call? Because she gets very, very, very upset. She was crying for 2 days.
Well, Nick, I'm gonna tell you that what she told us in this last conversation is that you and Bob ended up going out to dinner, and that when it was over, that Bob was, you guys were leaving, and that Bob had, in essence, during the conversation, Bob had said to you that he turned to you, and that Bob kept dangling carrot-like, I'll tell you what happened, and he wasn't doing it, and you were pressing him, and finally he turned to you, and he said it was either Susan or me.
No, that didn't happen. She told me that you said that. I said, you told me that. I said, no, it didn't, and it didn't happen.
When
I don't know what to tell you. You don't want to lie, do you?
No, Nick, I want you to be truthful. You just said a moment ago, right now you just mentioned that you told Terry that never happened, but a moment ago you said to me you haven't spoken to her about this. So you've had a conversation.
No, she told me. I thought she told me that line is all she told me. That she said. Which line are we talking about? Something about what she just said. He never said a line. So what line are we talking about? She did. What Terry told you, claimed I told her. Well, John, but you kind of interrupted John. He never actually said the line.
No, I didn't.
What line we're talking about? Well, I don't know. Then you got to repeat it again.
Wait, Nick.
Sounded like you knew, but
So what Terry told us, you told her Bob said was it was either Susan or me, and then Bob walked away. And you're saying Bob never told you that.
Right.
So
did you ever tell Terry that? No, when I told her, I didn't tell her.
Wait, so let me back up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So a moment ago, I asked you if you had any conversation with Terry about this since we talked to Terry. and you told me you hadn't, but then, you know.
Okay, so we said no. Well, we didn't have a detailed conversation. That particularly came up.
Okay, so that's what. So here's what I want to establish. So my understanding is Terry is telling us that what happened is that you contacted her after I called you last week, and you let her know that we were going to be calling her, and you agree that happened, right?
Yeah, why are you asking the same thing over and over?
Nick, I'm not asking the same thing over and over. I'm trying to make sure.
You are. You said that 3 times.
Okay, Nick. So she contacted you, and what you're saying is that you're agreeing with, but you're saying no, you did not tell her. Don't mention anything about what Bob said. You're saying that part's not true.
To my best of my memory, I don't recall saying that earlier. No.
Well, so let me ask you this, Nick. What reason would Terry have to lie about that?
I don't think she's lying. She's misremembering. And because, I mean, I'm sure that she wants, that has to do with her job. She wants it, everything to look like, I don't know why she said it. You're asking me why. I don't know why. That's not what happened. I told her that's not what happened.
Nick,
what happened was what I told you in our phone call.
Okay, Nick, are you writing a book? Nick, are you writing a book?
Am I writing? I'm always writing a book.
Well, Nick, are you writing a book with Charles Bagley regarding the situation with Bob? Or have you discussed that?
Last question. No. And I don't want to keep saying no. I'm not writing a book with Charles Bagley. And I don't think Charles Bagley's writing a book.
Nick, listen, I'm trying to,
my life is not what's happening here. I don't want to talk about that.
Well, Nick, listen, what's important is that I'm getting a story from you. I'm getting a different story from Terry. I'm trying to figure out what motivation does Terry have to be making this up. And then when I ask you if you told Terry that, or Terry's lying, you're saying, well, I'm not saying Terry's lying. I think she misunderstood me. I'm trying to figure out how could she misunderstand you.
Well, maybe she's lying. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what motivates her.
Well,
you know that she's not exactly accurate about stuff, and her memory is extremely shaky lately. Did you ever tell Terry at any point in time ever that at any point in time Bob told you words to the effect of it was either Susan or me? No. Do you ever say anything like that? No. I'm not saying no. What he said is what I told you, but I don't want to keep saying it over and over again. I'm asking if you ever at any point in history told Terry that Bob said it was either Susan or me. I just don't think so. We drank up. Maybe I was drunk and I said it. I doubt it. I don't remember it. I certainly don't remember ever saying that.
Let me ask you that. I know you have felt badly about what you told us and you felt disloyal to Bob. Have you been, since we talked, have you had any contact with either Bob or his lawyers? Or his investigator?
No.
Anybody associated with Bob?
No. I just told you that, I told you I wouldn't talk to his lawyer, but you know what I mean, you're treating this like we're talking in court, so I really
No, Nick, listen, you've told us before that we've been very fair with you, et cetera.
Right, but that seems to have stopped.
No, Nick, let me tell you where we're at. This is all I'm trying to do. When we talked to you, you've been very clear with us from the start. Your first conversation, you said, you know what, Bob basically admitted to me, we didn't say the exact words, but he basically admitted to me, Susan. And you
basically admitted to me, Susan?
He basically admitted to you that he killed Susan. He didn't use the exact words, but you said he didn't have to. And you talked about that occurring at dinner. Then Terry comes and tells me, you know what, at dinner, here is what Nick is saying Bob said. You've also told us during every phone call we've had that, listen, I can't tell you everything because it's damaging to Bob, and I feel like a bad friend. So when
you weren't at the dinner, and she wasn't at the dinner, so neither of you know. I was, and I'm sticking by what I told you originally.
Okay.
You don't think of anything
Nick, let me just ask.
Not necessarily truthful in her memory.
Okay, let me just ask this. Nick, have you been, when we've spoken to you, have you been...
Let me answer the same question as you asked. No,
Habib, let me ask you, Nick, when we've spoken with you, have you always been honest with us? Forget about Terry for a second, just have you been completely truthful?
I don't know. I don't remember everything I said.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Has there ever been a point when you've been talking to us where you have not told us everything that you know?
You mean everything about the treaty of Bench when it was signed about the
Nick, I didn't ask you about the treaty.
You just said everything I know.
No, everything you know about the situation with Bob and Kathy. Have you been completely honest with us?
I don't think I could tell you everything in a 25-year relationship.
Nick, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying...
I'm trying to answer your question as best I could.
So all
that everything you know about Bob's possible involvement in either Kathy or Susan's murder, and your knowledge of it. I don't know if I have or not. I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. I remember different things all the time.
Well, Nick, listen, I told you I would be straight up with you, and I have been, and what I feel is going on here is I feel like that what's happening is that you are kind of regretting what you told us, and you are trying to back away from those statements, and you're backing away from what you're saying.
I'm backing away from you recording everything I say, and having to be responsible for everything I say now. It's a future day, so I want to say as little as possible, okay? I was open and truthful with you when we were talking, and now I'm very, very guarded, okay?
Well, Nick, listen, I told you from the start, whether you talk to us is up to you. That I haven't forced you to talk. I've always been respectful to you. When you didn't want us to contact Terry, I wanted to call Terry right away. I said, you know what, I'll wait. You know, have we been respectful and fair and honest with you?
Up to now.
Well, so what is it that we're doing now?
Yes, now is that my wife's real pissed off at me and real upset. She doesn't want to keep thinking about Susan, and you've upset her.
Well, Nick, what your wife has said to us, and what your wife appears to be upset about, is that she wants you to come forward and tell the complete truth. That's what she's saying. So all that I'm asking is, this is the last question I'll ask you, Nick, and Lynn.
Okay, I told you that, so
Okay, so here's my question. Would you agree, Nick, that as you sit here right now, for whatever reason, you have not told us everything that you remember about your knowledge of Bob's involvement in Susan and Kathy's murders?
No, I would not say that.
Okay, so you have told us everything you can remember.
To the best of my knowledge, yeah.
Okay, and then everything you told us.
This is another question. You told me you wouldn't have.
It's a two-parter.
You're not being truthful with me.
John said he wouldn't ask you questions, but I have one question.
Listen to this conversation.
You indicated you weren't, I just want to make sure we're not playing with semantics. You indicated you weren't writing a book with Charles Bagley. Are you writing or
I'm not answering any questions. I'm not answering any questions. I'm always writing a book. I've got 3 novels I'm trying to get published.
It is one about Bob Durst.
No, last question, goodbye. There's nothing else I can say. Someone's feeding you an awful line about stuff. Come on, Charles Bagley asked him if he's writing a book.
Nick, listen, you understand that we, in our position, I have to call you and ask you these questions. You see,
Can I ask a couple questions now?
Absolutely.
Why do you want to know if I'm writing a book with Charles Bagley?
Okay, I'll tell you. Because obviously, if you are writing a book, there is an incentive for you to potentially try and save very important information for the book and not to tell us. Your book has...
Another question.
What's that?
Okay, I've got another question for you, okay?
Go ahead.
Isn't that what all writers do?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've got to get another question for you. Is that illegal?
No, it's not. Nick, it's not illegal.
Just answer the question now, sir. Is that illegal?
No, it is not. It is not illegal for you to hold back information from us.
One more question. Then why are you persisting in asking me, since you know I probably wouldn't tell you if I am writing a book and I'd have nothing to tell you if I'm not writing a book?
Well, Nick, because what I need you to tell me, which is good, that's why I asked the question. In the end, if you simply want to tell me, hey, I haven't told you or answered all of your questions fully because I don't want to, that's good enough for me. Is that where we are? If the answer to that is yes.
No, if someone offered me $1 million to write a book about this thing, I'd take it and do it in a heartbeat.
And let me ask you something. Would you, if you were doing that and you had information, that was titillating and exciting and key to the case, would you potentially save it for the book and not tell us?
I don't know. You're asking me about a hypothetical situation. The honest answer is I don't know.
Okay. Well, listen, but here's what you do know, Nick. And again, this is my last question, which you really haven't answered. This is it. Just answer this question.
No,
I'm telling you.
Is it a two-parter?
No, this is a one-parter.
Three-parter.
No, it's a one-parter. Nick, it's a one-parter. The question is simply this. As you're sitting there right now, it is. Are you, right now, Nick, are you aware that there are questions that I've asked you about Bob and Susan that you have about Susan and Bob and Kathy that you have chosen not to answer fully?
That's the same exact question as you asked us words differently.
But I don't think it was, so give me the answer.
I'm a writer and a wordsmith. I know these things.
Okay. So what's the answer?
The same thing. The same thing, no.
Okay. Okay.
But sometimes the beginning of your questions, I forget by the end what it was. So it'll be the same. Yeah. No, I'm trying to be truthful with you guys. If someone is telling you, is giving you false information.
Well, so that's why I'm trying to figure out what would Terry's motive be.
Let me put it this way. Let's see, anything I tell you is if you just use it, if you're not going to call Terry again, then I'll answer the question.
You mean am I never going to call Terry, or am I going to?
I wouldn't say never, but not relating to this conversation, not relating to what I'm about to say.
Well, here's what I can tell you.
You're asking what motivation she might have, right?
Well, I'm trying to figure correct, and I can't make you any promises that I'm in advance as to whether I'm going to contact her. I can't answer that. I got to do a good job.
Let me ask you some questions. Do you know where Terry works?
Yeah, I do.
Where?
She works for the Durst organization.
Okay, I'll ask you another question, okay?
Go ahead.
What do you think Terry would want the Durst to think about what she thinks about Bob and Susan or Kathy or whatever?
Well, Terry's been very direct with us, Nick. I think Terry's concern is that their kids understand, your kids understand, that their father is doing the right and honorable thing. That's what I think.
That has nothing to do with the question.
No, that's what I'm telling you.
One of the teachers autistic that doesn't know anything about any of this. Okay, you know that, right?
One of your kids, correct.
Okay, the other one is an attorney in San Francisco, partner in a law firm. All right, the other one, I'd like to go to law school, but is busy being a musician and living in Brooklyn and wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars in his education.
And what
I don't know, but yeah, I would like to, we all want our kids to think the best of us. Do you want your kids to think the best of you?
Absolutely.
So do I. But that's not the question I asked you.
No, but you asked me what Terry's motivation is.
No, I asked you first, you know, she works. Second, what do you think she thinks that the Durst would want to believe about her relationship to all this?
I don't think that's even an issue of concern for her. I don't know
what her motivation is.
Well, I can tell you this, Nick.
Her memory's gotten terrible. I'm telling you, I'm older than she is, but
Nick, this is...
She doesn't remember things we talk about.
But Nick, this is what I...
Oh my God, that's the truth.
Well, Nick, this is what I can tell you, though. There are two possibilities for Terry telling us what she is saying that you are saying, okay? There's only two possibilities on it. It's not something...
Right?
Yeah, wait, it's not something...
Well, after 25 years, it gets a little shaky.
But listen, it's not something that someone's going to forget. Terry is telling us that you told her this quote, which, by the way, sounds exactly like Bob. That's how Bob talks. That's how Bob... You agree, by the way, just knowing Bob.
That's the way he talks.
Knowing Bob, is Bob the kind of person where, in the end, is Bob going to say, yeah, I murdered Susan, or the way Bob speaks, is a Bob-ism going to be something like, yeah, it was either her or me?
That does not sound at all like Bob.
Really?
They asked me a question. Don't ask me 10 different times, are you sure? Because I'm sure that's not what he talks about. And the other thing he says is just what he said on the HBO. See, none of us know why he said that, right?
What did he refer to?
Like I said, I told him all, or something like, you know,
None of us know why he said that.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That sounds more like...
Nick, because he murdered 3 people.
Right, but what I'm saying is he'd be more direct. Her or me is not the way, yes, and honestly, it's not the way he talks.
Well, okay, I mean,
He said something exactly like, you don't even know Bob. You ever talk to him? I guess you have, brother.
I mean, there's things I can relate and things I can't, but trust me, I know Bob very well, Nick. I've been working this case for a long time. But so listen. So going forward, I've been straight with you. This is, and I'm not asking a question, so you don't have to worry about answering this. Here's what I can tell you: I cannot make a witness tell me everything they know. I can't make a witness tell the truth. All I can do is I can encourage them, and I can plead with them, and I can do what I can. You're going to end up finding yourself in court. You're going to take an oath. You're going to say what you're going to say. I hope that in the end, Nick, I hope that you will be honest and won't perjure yourself.
I'm going to, in other words, you're saying now you're going to subpoena me this time.
Well, Nick, I've been honest.
Yes or no?
Well, Nick, I've been honest with you since you talked to me. I told you you're going to find yourself in court.
You never said that before. It's the first time you've ever said that.
Nick, have you... Well, so here's what I can tell you.
That's the first time
Well,
you've ever said that.
Hold on a minute. What I can tell you is either you haven't asked me about it. If you asked me...
I didn't ask you. I never asked you.
Oh, okay. Well, then, had you asked me, you get the answer. I'm very...
But you're saying it now at the beginning of this conversation. You just said a few moments ago before I asked you.
No, well, Nick...
You're going to find yourself in court.
Well, Nick, I'm telling you now because my concern is I'm sitting here and I'm laying my cards on the table. I have a guy who I think cares very much about his friend, who regrets what he has told us, who wishes he wouldn't have spoken to us, and who is realizing, oh my gosh, I'm going to end up finding myself in court. He's going, this person...
Well, that's the case. I wish I hadn't spoken to you because I don't want to go to court over this, but if that's going to happen, that's going to happen.
Well, Nick, obviously, so I'm telling you that in the end, that's where we're going, and I hope that you'll be honest with us and say everything you know. I can't make it happen. You have to make peace with whatever you're going to do or say. But that's my request for you, is to be, completely honest. And if you can't be completely honest now, and I understand it's hard and you have to think about things, I hope that by the time you come to court, you've thought this through and that you're willing at that point to tell us everything.
If I had never taken your calls, would I still have wound up in court?
If you'd never taken my calls, you still wound up in court. That's a good question. I would have. You mean, let's say you had refused to call me back?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably what would have happened, Nick, is whether it would have been a grand jury or would have been court, you would have ended up there because I would have believed, as it turns out accurately, that you had information that you didn't want to give us. So I would have said...
Then I don't regret talking to you, okay? I just don't like to get myself abused and I'm not getting in trouble.
So, Nick, you're the guy who wants to, so what you're basically saying is you bought the car at a certain price and you're now saying to the dealer, hey, by the way, could I have gotten it a little cheaper? And you feel better when I go, no, Nick, you paid the bottom price?
Yes.
Okay, well, listen, so it can make your...
And Nick, you should know that, I don't know to what extent you're holding back anything about your wife, but you should know that you would have found yourself in court whether or not Carrie was saying these things to us, whether she is or isn't.
But what's going to happen is that, in and you're a smart guy and you understand this. What's going to happen is you'll be in court, and then Terry will be in court. And I'm going to, and what'll happen is there'll be your version, and I guess Terry's version, and the jury will decide what's accurate. Now maybe what'll happen, I don't know. Maybe by the time you get to court, or maybe before then, you'll say, you know what? Listen, here's what happened. Here's the complete truth. And you've told me from the start, Nick, the one thing you've always been consistent about is you've always been consistent on every call. Listen, I haven't told you everything. I can't tell you everything. I don't know if I'll ever be able to tell you everything because it's bad for Bob and it would make me a terrible friend. And I've always told you that. Nick, I can tell you.
I never said it would be bad for Bob if I told you everything I do.
Yeah, you did, Nick.
I don't think so. Keep that exact quote there.
Well, by the way, Nick, you know I'm not telling you anything you don't know. When we talk to you, we tape you.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't think you'll find that on tape.
Well, hold on a minute. Hold on, Nick. Hold on, Nick. I'll tell you, I'm looking right now at my notes. Hold on a second.
Those tape are different.
No, well, listen, I'm pretty confident because I'm listening to the tape. These are notes that I'm taking after the call, listening to the tape. These are I'm trying to answer your question, Nick, and this is what you said. You said, hold on, Nick. You said that you were asked by us. I was told you that some witnesses will lie and that others will simply say they don't want to answer a question. And I said to you that you were told that when you were asked us if Bob ever admitted to killing Susan, you had a long pause and you agreed. You didn't say no. And you responded, I agree to that.
What am I agreeing to? What did I say?
So I told you, we're talking about what you had said before. I said, hey, Nick, you were asked before by us if Bob ever admitted to killing Kathy. You had a long pause. And I said, but you agree, you had a long pause, but you didn't say no. And you said, yes, I agree to that. You then were asked, hey, did Bob ever admit to killing Kathy? And you responded, that's even more tricky. And then you agreed that your hesitation was because of something you had recently talked about with Bob.
Okay, so I'll clarify that right now for you, okay?
Well, hold on. Wait on. Let me just finish. You were asked, did Bob ever admit to you that he killed Susan? And your answer was, I don't want to answer that. When I asked you, have you ever asked Bob, did you kill Susan? You responded, that's another one of those I don't want to answer. When you were asked, again, about killing Kathy, and whether you wanted to answer that question, whether he killed Kathy, I'm sorry, did you ever kill Susan? Excuse me. You responded, I didn't have to. And Habib said he basically just said it to you then, and you responded yes. So listen, Nick, what I'm telling you is you're going to do what you're going to do. And I understand you're in a tough position.
Let me tell the truth.
You're
driving me away from everything that could possibly help you. The other thing is that guys lie to their wives and try to make themselves look better. Anyway, I do. I'm a terrible liar. I'm not telling you I am a liar. I'm a professional liar in advertising. And I was never a liar. I think you lie. Almost always I lie. I encourage people to look in the mirror every day and say they're liars. But I could easily have exaggerated any conversation I ever had with Bob to Terry to look bigger or better or badder in her eyes.
Wait, Nick.
I lied a lot to my wife.
Nick, first of all, it's the opposite. You don't have a reason. Let me ask this. Nick, let me ask you this. If if you told Terry that Bob told me that he killed Susan or he killed Kathy, you agree that the kind of person Terry is she would tell you you have to come forward, correct?
I don't know that. I don't know that to be the case. No.
Well, tell me. Well, you've been with her for 30 years. Is Terry the kind of person that if you told her that you had information that Bob had told you he admitted to either of his murders, you agree Terry's the kind of person that would tell you, Nick, you need to come forward. Do you agree?
No.
Tell me why.
Okay, but this is about another instance, and I'd like this not to be repeated, okay?
Okay.
Another court case, another time.
Nick, I cannot make you promises of it's not going to be repeated. What I can tell you is, listen, going forward, I mean, I think we're kind of at the, it is what it is. I'm leaving the door open to you, Nick. I told you before during...
Whether she would be come forward and do that, and I know of instances in her family where perjury occurred and she didn't come forward.
Nick. Then you ought to tell me those situations, but I'm telling you that what you tell me, that there's no confidentiality when you're explaining to me what's going on. We're going to get to...
You have any reason to talk about
Nick, we're going to get to the truth of what happened.
Well, about what happened.
No, but Nick, listen to me. If you want to tell me whatever you want to tell me, I certainly want to listen. If you want to tell me, I'm not going to sit there and lie to you and tell you no. Go ahead and tell me I'm not going to talk to Terry about it. I'm going to have to likely talk to Terry about it. So if you're going to tell me that... Okay.
I don't think so. I think Terry, he's the kind of person that would come forward and say do the right thing. Maybe, maybe not.
Okay. Well, listen, this last thing I'm going to say to you.
Wait, hold on. You told me very direct earlier on that you never told Terry that Bob had implied you or told you that he killed his wife. Now you're telling us that, well, you've exaggerated to your wife to make yourself look better. Are you back with all that? No, I'm talking about other cases, not this. I'm just saying that's not always been truthful.
But Nick, what you've said, and you've been very clear on this, you never told Terry that Bob said this. So Terry's either she's mistaken or she's lying, but you did not say it.
Yeah, she's either mistaken. I don't think she's lying. She's just mistaken.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, Nick. Well, Nick, she told us that what you told her was that you guys had a conversation and you found out that she had talked to us and that she had told you about this situation with Bob, this comment. This happened in the last few days since she talked to us. You talked to her and you told her, I lied to you, meaning you lied to her when you said it. Are you saying that's not true?
I don't know. It's confusing. If she's convinced that I did it, then I must have been drunk or something, because that's not what happened. I can't really...
Okay, all right, listen.
I could have been drunk and lied about it, yeah.
Okay, well, listen, so here's where I'm going to leave it. Last thing I'm going to say to you on it. You're going to end up coming to court. I hope, Nick, that, at some point in time before then, if you decide that you're in a position where you can tell us the entire truth, everything that you know, I hope you do that. The door is open. We will always take your call. If you don't...
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break until 1:30. Do not converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form or express any opinion on the case. have returned. Mr. Durst is present with his lawyers. People are represented. Mr. Henderson, you may resume the playing of the video.
If you don't, I hope that when you actually hit the witness stand, I hope that that oath means something to you. You said you're a professional liar, and that's, well, no, I understand the appetizing thing. Listen, Nick, I said from the very first conversation, I don't know if you remember this, I told you, these conversations that we're having with you are a process. I would not have expected that the first time we talk to you, that you're going to open up and tell us the most incriminating thing that your friend has said to you, something that would completely betray your friendship. I understand that. I also understand that obviously Bob has a lot of money, and you understand, I'm not saying this is what's motivating you, Nick, but you understand that if you provide us this information, you understand that very likely Bob's not going to give you any money ever again, not going to leave you anything. I'm not saying that's your motivation, but you would agree that's what's going to happen, right?
I'm not going to leave you money or regardless of that.
No, but Nick, you agree that if you come in and you testify that, hey, Bob admitted to me that he committed murder, you agree, you realize you're not getting anything from him, right?
I wouldn't want anything.
Well, no, I understand it, but I mean, that's a question you don't seem to want to answer. It's a pretty easy one. You agree that if you did that, if Bob was planning on leaving you anything or giving you any money, that would be it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
I comply with that, and I accept that. That don't have anything to do with my decision at work. You guys, you're obtuse about one thing.
Well, tell me.
My interest and the reason I wouldn't want to be subpoenaed is because my business depends upon the goodwill of his brother, who hates him. I want to do everything in my power to have Douglas Durst feel the best about me. That's what this is about.
Wait, so Nick, well, if that were true, Nick,
he's a great guy.
Nick, if that were true, Nick, if that were true, then you would have been telling us from day one, oh yeah, Bob confessed to me, he said he did these murders, etc., because according to your theory, that would put you in good graces with Doug Durst.
It sure would, but it would make me a liar.
Well, Nick, then how do you explain the 20 times I've gotten you on tape saying, listen, I haven't told you everything that I know about Susan and about Kathy with respect to Bob because it would betray our friendship, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to do it. How do you explain that? You weren't drunk?
I can't.
Well, okay, listen, that's fair. So, like I said, the door's open.
I wouldn't withhold anything. I wouldn't withhold anything that would help your case.
Nick, but you know what though? You already told us in prior conversations, you said the exact opposite of that. You said, listen, I am withholding, I'm not telling you everything I know, and the reason I'm not doing it is because it would be a betrayal to Bob, and because I would feel disloyal, and it would be damaging to him. So, you understand you've said that, correct?
I'm not coming across what I'm trying to say. My best course of action is to be completely truthful.
Well, and that's always everybody's best course of action, but Nick, you already told us repeatedly that you haven't been completely truthful. That's what I respect. Remember when I told you several times previously, I've said, hey Nick, one thing that I really appreciate about you... I don't know what that is. Is that you? Hello? Are you there? George, are you there?
I just told you, after me, I had to put the phone on hold for a second, and I didn't realize it was going to elevator you guys.
Okay.
So, Joe, you tired of me?
uncovered the mystery. Hey, can you Hey, Nick, you remember when we were talking, one of the things that I said about you that I said I appreciate.
Albert, you know, the comment he does every team when an interview is kept up the second they get
Right. Hey, listen, very funny. Do you remember when I told you, I said, one of the things I appreciate about you, Nick, is that instead of telling me, hey, listen, I don't know anything, what you were very honest with me about, you said, listen, I'm not going to tell you everything I know because it would be disloyal, and I'm not going to do it, and I don't know when I'm going to do that. You understand, you have told us that repeatedly.
I don't know if you used the words disloyal.
You said, well, I'll tell you what you said. I'd be a fink. You said I was a fink. First thing you said on the when I called you the second day, if I remember, was you had said when we talked the first day, you had said at the end of it, maybe I'm not ready to tell you any more today, maybe tomorrow. So I called you the next day, I asked for Nick Chavin. Do you remember what you said?
Did you already
Right. No, he's gone. He's an artist. I go, hey, gosh, this sounds a lot like the Nick Chavin I talked to yesterday. And then you said, listen, I said, let me guess, Nick, you got off the phone yesterday, you thought about what happened, and you said, oh my God, what have I done? And you said, exactly. And then you used the word that you felt like a fink. And I said, listen, you can only own your actions, what you do, etc. Do you remember any of this?
A little bit.
Oh, okay, so
the New York Times, the first time my name ever appeared in print, with the afterwards, Bob didn't kill Kathy, he loved her.
Right.
I mean, things change in life, you know. Anyway, that's what it was just a unthinkable thing to me that could have possibly happened.
Nick, and this is, and Nick, listen, do I think, I do not think in the end, Nick, I don't think your biggest motivation, or maybe even your motivation at all, is money. I don't think it's fame. I think what this comes down to Bob is your friend, and it comes down to what's the line that Susan told you about Kathy? And you know what it is, Nick. What was the line?
I don't want to repeat it, you know it.
Wait. Well, you know what the line was. Kathy's gone. Kathy's gone, and we can't help her. We have to help Bob. Where did I get that line from?
I don't know. There's no. You have what you have.
No, but Nick, where did I get that line from?
I don't know. I answer that. I don't want to answer. Know that.
Oh, and so listen. So this is what I'm saying. Nick, all that I'm telling you is that I understand this is a process, and if you end up advancing in this process and you get to a position where you're ready to tell us everything that you know and that you remember, you call us and we're willing to listen. Okay? So
that happens, I will.
Well, okay, and yeah, if you get to that point, I don't know that you'll get there. I hope you do, but that's where we'll leave it. Like I said, by the time trial's going to be a long time away. So we'll get to where we get. Well, I mean, we have a preliminary hearing that occurs first, and then the trial will be set after that. It is, these preliminary hearings, they tend to not have very many live witnesses, if any. A police officer comes in and he testifies to what witnesses have said. So usually we don't have witnesses or very few witnesses at a prelim, and the witnesses all come and testify at trial. So we will definitely be calling you to testify at trial. Timing-wise, once Bob gets out here, he has a right to a preliminary hearing within 10 court days. Now, I don't know whether he will do that or not. A lot of times, very wealthy people think that if they rush us to trial, that they're going to benefit. You've talked to Habib and I a few times now. Yeah, you've talked to Habib and I a few times now. Do we seem like we have a pretty substantial knowledge of this case?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if they want to push us to trial, that's fine. More than likely what will happen is they'll ask for a quick preliminary hearing, and then they'll ask for a quick trial, and when the trial date gets near, then they'll say, we're not ready, we want to continue it. So plus they're getting paid a lot of money. Hey, who do you think's getting paid? Wait, who do you think's getting paid more money? Habib, George and I, or Bob's lawyers? You know what? That is probably right. We've offered a winner take all. I don't think they'll do it. I don't think.
So how does that work?
Well, we each put what we're getting paid to work on the case in the kitty, and the winner would take it. There's some legal issues where I don't think we can do that, but I don't see them jumping at that deal. So the bottom line is I don't see it. So the bottom line is that we'll see what ends up, how long it takes, but the trial could be as soon as 3 months after Bob gets out here, or they could end up slowing things down. It could be much later. So like I said, you have my number. In the meantime, I'll leave you with this, Nick. Friendship is one thing, and you've been a very good, loyal friend to him. There's a point of, you have, and I know you feel bad that you told us what you told us. I know you do, and I know you wish we never would have called, or that you never would have talked to us, right?
Yeah, but didn't Carrie tell you I thought you would be guys were guys?
Yeah, listen, she did, and you told us that. Then we tried to be. I mean, Nick, we haven't hidden anything. I've said from the start, I want to get the information that you have, and then I think you have more info than you want to give. You remember, I don't know if you remember how the first conversation started. You didn't want to talk to us. And I said, Nick, will you give me 20 minutes? And he ended up giving us an hour. And then you got off the phone and you said, fuck, what did I do? Yeah, DeGuerin.
DeGuerin, I told you they were calling you.
Yep.
Okay, so the point, I want you to examine the point to which Terry and her son Drew are hysterical at. They called Drew in Brooklyn, and
wait, is Drew the lawyer? Drew's the rocker.
No, Drew's the rocker.
Drew. Got it. Okay.
Okay. So he called me and he said, dude, I'm calling you because Terry and I agreed, his mother and I, agreed that there's a hitman on my trail looking for me. I said, what? And he said, yeah. And he said, I don't exactly got his name. And he said, I got his phone number, and he rattled up 3 digits, and I filled in the other digits. And I said, that's someone from Mr. DeGuerin's law office, okay? Shut it down. But that's what the president conjecture got hysterical about.
Hey, how did you know DeGuerin's number?
Pardon me?
You said you filled in the other digits.
That's a good question. This guy kept calling me and leaving his number with Dave's calls.
Well,
he never did. Took the calls because this is an assistant.
Right.
I think that's just, look, I'm going to be in town for the weekend. Maybe we can get together. And of course, I never called the governor in his office. I ever talked to one of these secretaries.
And at this point, so as of today's date, you have not talked to anybody from the defense team, investigators, etc.
With the exception of their secretary.
And that was just to tell them you didn't want to talk or arranging things.
Right. But then she said to me, well, we have a very dear friend in common. So I said, who? She told you Freeman. Okay. And
No, does that?
That should tell you a lot about me. That I wouldn't take their call. I want to talk to them.
Well, so
talk to you. We're almost forthright with each other.
Well, and Nick, listen, and I would be, Nick, listen, I appreciate that you talk to us. I do. But I can't agree that you've been completely being forthright with us, and the reason I say that is because you repeatedly told me you haven't. so I mean, listen, you got to do what.
I'm a liar when I tell the truth then.
Well, what's that?
I'm a liar when I tell the truth then.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Hey, Nick, I'll tell you something. Here's what I've learned about liars. Liars lie when it's in their motivation, when they have a reason to lie. Just because someone will lie doesn't mean they're always lying. And the best way to figure it out is, hey, do they have a reason to lie?
Right.
Yeah, and Nick, I think, and listen, I'm laying my cards on the table. As we sit here right now, I believe with every fiber in my body, every little bit, I believe that you have not told us everything that Bob told you. I don't know if you told Terry everything that Bob told you, but I know this.
Terry told her nothing.
Yeah, you told her what she said you told us, Nick. You told her, Nick. I'm 100% certain that you told her that. And now even you're saying, well, I'm not saying I didn't tell her that. I might have been drunk, I might have been lying, etc. So I'm hoping, I'm an optimist. And I think in the end, Nick, I am hoping that your concern for Susan, your concern for Kathy, and your own self-respect. Terry had a line for us. And your kids' respect. Terry had a line for us. She said, listen, Nick is not going to perjure himself. Nick doesn't want to be involved. And Nick is kind of come to terms that in the end, Nick will... Yeah, right. And she said in the end, I think, this is Terry, I think he will do the right thing. So, Terry said that she said to us, listen, in the end, Nick's not going to perjure himself, and I think that Nick will do the right thing. And I'm hoping, Nick, I hope it's true, because all we've ever wanted from you is the truth. I think you know that, Nick. You know, we treated you decently. We've been honest with you. Now, listen, I didn't come out of the box and tell you, hey, by the way, I'm recording this. And the reason is because you know what happens when you tell people you're recording them?
Yeah.
What happens?
They get very conscious of it, and that's what they focus on.
They do, and then they don't tell you things that they might have otherwise told you. So you know.
Interviews with that. I wrote a book about my experiences with the real estate guys, and I told you a lot of the interviews.
You said you didn't want to answer any questions about a book, etc. I'm just wondering, would the title maybe be something like My Friend Bob the Murderer, or no?
No, it was actually the first time it was a writer asses off. There's not a lot of different people not want to be Bob, and he's silly in my business. Similar about Seymour and Donald Trump, which happened to Donald Trump.
Wait, listen. You've always said that Seymour was a class guy, and that the way he got portrayed in the book and the movie was unfair.
Totally unfair. He's a mentor.
Well, you know what else I've always, just from what I've found out, Nick, you know this better than anybody. It seems to me that not only the issue was not that Seymour was too hard on Bob. The problem was he wasn't hard enough.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you know what I mean. What I mean by that is that no matter what stuff Bob did, no matter what bad things, you know, was stealing from the company, and you know all the things Bob.
That's my knowledge.
No, well.
So much stuff lying down that was still around. I mean, I pretty much don't believe most of them. Opinion waste estimates and other stuff.
Well, so anyway, so bottom line is, I'm still hoping, Nick, that when push comes to shove, you will do the right thing and tell us everything that you know. And if you won't do it now, that when you actually get on the witness stand, you know, it's a difference. I will tell you that and I'm saying this generically, but it's true. My experience is that when someone finds themselves in the courtroom and they've taken that oath, even kind of skeptical people, etc., it usually means something, and a lot of times someone will tell the truth. So I will tell you that since you haven't told us everything now, and you told us I haven't told you everything, when you get into court, I hope you listen to the oath, and if it takes till that moment for you to actually tell everything you know, I hope you will. Okay?
Before I know it's a jangling claim with being sworn in and the court recording depositions coming out of the video. Someone needed me to testify as a witness to something about a name. Yeah. The one I was in front of a judge, and it was I don't remember what the matter was. It wasn't criminal. It was business. I completely froze. You have to ask me the name of your partner.
Listen, it's a scary process. So if in the end, hey Nick, but just ask yourself this when you're thinking about this and when you're deciding what you're going to do. Honestly, ask yourself, number one, is Bob worth it? That's the first thing. And number two, and maybe this matters, if the roles were reversed, would Bob do that for you? Because with what you have said... well, listen, I mean, again, let's assume that Bob made the comment of it was her or me, which I believe he did. Okay, well, no, it's okay. I understand you're saying that that's not your memory, and that if you said it, you were drunk, etc. But I'm saying if Bob said it's Susan or me, then that meant that in the end, Bob kind of decided. And let me ask you this. This is interesting. Why don't I ask this? Do you think that in the end, if Bob had confessed to Susan about Kathy, or if Susan had helped Bob with the alibi, etc., which, by the way, you have said that Susan told you she did. Okay, do you think, in the end, would Susan have told the truth about Bob and Kathy, or do you think she would have kept it?
What happened? I understand the end of the question.
Well, no, so if Bob had made incriminating statements to Susan about Kathy, or Susan had done things that were incriminating to help Bob, do you think that in the end, Susan would have actually admitted what she had done when she had protected Bob?
Under oath?
Yeah.
I think she would have lied under oath.
Well, so you know what? It looks like if that's the case, Bob made a pretty intelligent, understandable decision.
How so?
Well, if Susan had information on him, and if you're telling me you know Susan as well as Bob knew Susan, then it looks like Bob decided that was a loose end he couldn't have out there.
That's certainly logical.
Hey, listen, if you change your mind, you have my number, and we'll always take your call. And I will say, Nick, just because we're saying you haven't been 100% truthful with us right now, I'm not making a judgment about you. I'm not saying you're a bad person. It's a process, and I understand it. Every time we talk to you, it seems to me, usually, we take one step forward, sometimes two back, sometimes two forward, sometimes one back. But I think you are on a path that, in the end, leads to you doing the right thing, and I'm gonna hold that out.
Great.
All right.
I want to call you, not necessarily to change anything, right? Just because I have some questions I'll ask you about this.
Yeah, listen, you can, I can't, here's what I always tell witnesses. I can't promise I'll answer it, but hey, have you ever called me where I don't call you back?
The first time I've always called you back.
No, it's true. You always do, although you never it's never the same day. Like I always say, in advertising, I don't know how you can be so hard to get a hold of, but
about you. You know, you're interesting.
well, and listen, you got my number, so we'll go from there.
When we started out this conversation, you seemed like you were pretty upset with it. Were you no. Were you more upset with it? Were you more upset with us, or were you more upset at the situation Terry put you in by telling us what she told us? I wanted to make sure that you knew I tried to call because she made sure that I called you. She said, don't forget to call these guys back.
Right. Hey, Nick, Nick, I know that you guys, I'm not sure what exactly the state of the relationship is, but I know right now, it's very clear to me that your wife cares about you and wants you to do the right thing. So I hope, listen, everybody makes their own decisions. I want with this last thing. He's just not worth it, Nick. He needs to, it's time that justice prevails and that he's held accountable for what he is. Because in the end, Nick, when the end comes for you, and I'm going to make a wild guess, you're not a religious guy. Am I correct?
Correct, yeah.
You know what's funny? I'm not either. One of my best friends, who's a homicide detective, is a I'm Jewish like you are. I'm going to make a guess. I am. I'm going to make a guess that you are one of those Jewish guys. You are going to be agnostic, if not atheist. Correct?
Yeah, well, I'm more a scientist, right?
Oh, okay. So, but here's what happens. This is what my buddy, who's a pastor, retired detective, says. The closer you come to meeting your maker, he says, the more religious everybody gets. And right at the end, everybody's like, the people are not religious. They're going, you know what? God, about this thing over here. So Nick, listen, I want you to be in a position that you can't change whatever mistakes you've made or whatever things you've done in life, and neither can I. All we can do is moving forward. I want you to be able to say to yourself and your family and to God, etc., you know what? It might have taken me a little while, but in the end, I told the whole truth. So I hope that means something. Just think about it. Okay. All right. No problem, Nick. Listen, listen. If you want to call us, we'll be there. You take care. Bye.
Okay. We'll talk soon.
Bye.
Okay, Mr. Chavin, I want to return just to a couple of things that you said.
Your Honor, can
And ask you.
we stop for a moment and speak to you for a moment with Mr. Owen? Thanks.
All right, let me stand this direct, ladies and gentlemen, for a moment.
so not to take jury time at a later point in time, we'll make a complete
Sure, yeah,
record.
we'll make a record, thanks. No, I
Thank you.
appreciate us going sidebar and not taking the time.
Thank you.
Anyway, fascinating again. It's endlessly fascinating, the law of evidence. So, let's resume.
All right, on page 5, line 3, of the transcript, if you want to follow along. You're very adamant, would you agree, when you say, no, he didn't confess?
Very adamant and
Yeah, it's strong. You're forceful. It seems to me, this is a different question. It seems to me that early in this conversation, you're angry, and you're forceful, and you're direct. Is that a fair statement?
well, I think I'm a lot in this very long conversation.
And later on, you seem to kind of be less forceful.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So we'll just let that be the jury's decision. Line 5, page 3, you say very directly, he didn't confess. No, he didn't confess. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yep.
And then on page 6, line 25.
Mm-hmm.
When you're asked if Bob turned to you and said it was either Susan or me, and you said, yeah, no, that didn't happen. I told her that didn't happen.
Where did that line come from?
Oh, you mean the little blue line?
No. The line that we're talking about there was either Susan or me. I mean, it seems so obvious to me that we're...
Well, I'm not here to answer questions, but what I'll do is I'll clarify. The passage before it is Mr. Lewin asking you, or stating to you, that what Terry had said, and repeating what Terry had said, and he says, and that finally he turned to you and he said it was either Susan or me, being something that Terry said then.
Right.
To them. And you say, yeah, no, that didn't happen. She told me that she said it, and I said, that didn't happen. She said, you told me it did. I said, no, I didn't, and it didn't happen. Now, who's telling the truth there?
Sir, how could she have even known those words if I hadn't told her?
Who's telling the truth there?
But as far as who's
But
lying...
you tell the prosecutors that didn't happen. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm covering up.
So you're lying.
I'm covering up. I don't
Is there a
want to
difference?
tell the truth. Yes, I think there's a big difference.
And you repeated that didn't happen.
Through 56 minutes, I'm covering up the same thing. We all know what happened, and we all know I don't want to admit it. That seems so painfully obvious. I'm lying.
Okay, so
Just to
you
clarify
now
for the
admit that you were lying.
I admit I was covering up.
Could we have the last sentence of his response read back?
Just now, I meant I was covering up.
No.
Previous.
The previous one where he said, I was lying.
Sure. Will you please?
The very last answer?
Not the very last one, the one before that. While the judge was looking, he said, I was lying.
Yes, I was lying.
Okay. Those were your words just now, weren't they? I was lying.
I was covering up. Those were my words, yes. They weren't my only words.
You may answer and explain your answer. I'm not going to let you, tie you in something out of context. You may answer and you may explain your answer.
My answer is that I was covering up. It appears to be a lie. I just didn't want to tell the truth.
between telling a lie and not telling the truth?
I think there is, yes. It's the context and the intent.
Page 15. You recall the exchange where Mr. Lewis said, I've only got one more question and then we'll end the call?
Yes.
That was on page 15 of 52 pages, so that means there was another significant portion after the last question.
Yes, there was.
And the question was, have you told us everything you can remember in your answer? Was?
You asking me what my answer was?
Yeah, your answer was, to the best of my knowledge, yeah?
Okay.
That's what was your answer?
Yes, it is.
That was a lie too? Are you telling us that was a lie?
For 56 minutes, I'm covering up the same thing, and you're asking me at each point, are you still covering up? Are you still covering up, or are you lying? Are you lying? I'm still covering up the same thing. I don't want to admit it, but I don't want to admit it.
The question was, well, is that a lie? According to you?
We're not, according to me, no. According to you, yes.
Is it the truth?
No.
Okay. I want to jump right to what, well, one other thing about possible motive for Terry. You think up a motive for Terry to say to them what you say you didn't say to her.
I'm
Too
gonna say-
convoluted for you to
For
understand?
me,
That you're telling the prosecutors that Terry was not being truthful. And she said that you told her that Bob would confess. That's the theme of this.
Yes, I was not telling the truth.
And as you do that, you speculate on what Terry's motive would have been to say that, don't you?
I don't recall. If you say so, yes.
Page 19, line 26.
Right, I don't see how it had anything to do with where she works.
Well,
I mean, it's the opposite of what you're saying.
you're being asked by Mr. Lewin, why would Terry say that if it's not true? And you then pose a question. Do you know where Terry works? That was your question.
Yes.
You were posing...
It's a rhetorical question.
Yeah, a rhetorical question, which means that you were saying Terry works at the Durst organization and that's why she's lying. Right?
Yes, but that's not why she's lying. I'm telling you she wasn't lying.
But you were telling them that she was lying.
Everything I'm saying is a cover-up for the fact that I don't want to say it was her or me. I had no choice.
You're in the process of telling the prosecution that Terry's lying. And then you pose a rhetorical question suggesting why she's lying, because she works for the Durst organization. Isn't that correct?
It's correct. These things were said that are written here, yes.
And then on page 33, it's highlighted where you say, my business depends on goodwill with his brother who hates him. You're speaking about Robert Durst.
Yes.
Recall before lunch, when I was asking you about whether you had said these things, you wanted to see it or hear it yourself. You've heard it now, and that's what you said.
I heard what?
You heard this. My business depends upon goodwill with his brother who hates him. So you did say it, didn't you?
Yes.
And you're speaking of Douglas Durst.
But you're
Are
misunderstanding.
you speaking of Douglas Durst?
Yes.
And do you say, I want to do everything in my power to have Douglas Durst feel the best about me? That's what this is about. Is that what you said?
Yes.
All right.
But you know, by not letting me explain my answers, you slant them.
Well, the prosecution can let you explain if you think you need to explain,
Okay.
but you answered the question. Right above line 23 at line, line 22, you say, and I've come to be close to him. You were talking about Douglas Durst, weren't you?
It appears so.
All right. And then Mr. Lewin has another question. According to your theory, that would put you in good graces with Doug Durst if you'd said that Bob confessed to the murders.
No.
Well, no, wait a minute.
Okay.
You're not disputing the words on the transcript or what you heard, are you?
I'm disputing the assumption that you're making, that would have
I'm not
pleased
making an
Douglas.
assumption, I'm asking a question. Do
Okay.
you dispute the words on the transcript?
No, I don't dispute the words.
Okay.
Your Honor, we've completed the 6-hour, 16-minute videotape testimony of Nick Chavin. There's a little more. So the parties have stipulated that the remainder of the testimony of Nick Chavin was not video recorded because the video camera malfunctioned. The remainder of the testimony, which is reflected in pages 292 through 326 of what's been marked as 281A, the transcript, will now be read to the jury as if the witness testified live.
I understand that you, Mr. Henderson, are going to read Nick Chavin's testimony.
Yes, and I believe Mr. Lewin will play himself, Mr. DeGuerin will play himself.
I wanted to play Chavin so John could ask me questions.
I want him to play Mr. Lewin.
I wanted to be a professional football player. We're not getting our wishes today. Again, Your Honor, just so it's clear, it is nobody in the courtroom's responsibility that this was not videotaped. I know Mr. Milius didn't want to be blamed for that. It was nobody.
Definitely wasn't me.
Although I'm a likely candidate, it wasn't.
No one in the
It
courtroom.
wasn't Mr. Barron.
All right, you may continue with the examination, reading the examination.
And then finally, I'm sorry, Your Honor. And I believe the parties also stipulated that the court reporter need not take down this readback. It's reflected page 292, 326.
Thank you.
So stipulated, counsel?
Stipulated.
Dick, are you going to read the court's part on it?
I will.
Okay.
The court, we're back in session, People versus Durst. Mr. Durst is here with his counsel. The people are represented. The witness has resumed the witness stand. You remain under oath. You may continue with your examination. So let me get this over with real quickly. Mr. Lewin is posing to you the belief or the statement that if you said Bob confessed to you, it would put you in good graces with Douglas Durst. That's what Mr. Lewin is saying. That's what his proposition, right?
That is what Mr. Lewin is saying, yes.
And you say, quote, it sure would, but it would make me a liar. That was your response, wasn't it?
At that time.
No. Was that your response?
I'm trying to answer your question, sir.
The transcript and what we heard of the recording has you saying, quote, it sure would, but it would make me a liar, end quote. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's take that piece by piece. Quote, it sure would. That is where you're agreeing with this proposition that Mr. Lewin has said, that if you said that Bob confessed to the murders, it would put you in good graces with Douglas Durst. And you're agreeing with that.
No, I'm not agreeing with that. I'm agreeing I said it.
What were the words?
No, I'm only saying that I said that.
But everything, there's two things. First, I wasn't sure that Doug Durst, even though they fought with each other, I was not sure that he wanted to see his brother incarcerated for the rest of his life. So I always felt trepidation about that. Secondly, everything I'm saying is based on my wanting to covering up the truth at this time.
Second part of it, quote, but it would make me a liar, end quote. That part of it, you were responding to, if you said he did these murders, it would make you a liar. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure.
All right. I want to go very briefly to the interview of October the 30th. And that's...
What year, sir?
2015. October the 30th, 2015. And our exhibit is, I think it's 000. The transcript for October the 30th, 2015. This is the confession transcript. This is a confession time. I can identify it for you. John, that's your cue. Just so you know, I'm sorry. You understand that the way we did it, there is a part 1 and a part 2. You just need to, the transcripts need to indicate, are you talking about part 1 or part 2 of October 30th? It must be part 1. Okay, I thought that's what it was. I just want to, the record's clear. Yes, it's from part 1. Okay, thank you. Page 13, lines 11 through 19. Your Honor, I believe I can do this on the Elmo, and that was an Elmo, I believe, not a wolf.
It was a wolf.
Oh, was it? Yes. There seems to be a glitch. Ms. Manella, I don't want to do this falsetto again, but why don't you get started? The court, actually it's not an Elmo, it's kind of like copying a copy machine, a Xerox. Mr. Chesnall, I still do that too, Your Honor. The court, it's a document projector. This is an excerpt from the October 30th interview, and it's where you say for the first time in 7 months of talking to the prosecutors, the claim that you've made today that Bob Durst confesses to you by saying, I had to, I had no choice, I had to, it was her or me, and you repeat it.
Is there a question there?
Does that seem accurate? Is that what you said?
Well, I believe there is an unnecessary, there is a repetition there that wasn't in what was said, what I said, or what Bob said. The words are right, but that repetition of it is not.
You don't recall that you repeated several times?
No.
Well, the transcript is a transcript.
Okay, the text of it is accurate.
All right. I want to compare that to what you said to the prosecutors on April the 23rd, which is on the other side of the... Ms. Manella, apparently everything I touch breaks. There it is.
Did you want to identify who?
She was an IT person that was working the electronics. There it is. And on April the 23rd, you said, Bob, quote, this quote, Bob, you were going to tell me about Susan, end quote. And then he turned and he just sort of shrugged and he looked upset and he just shrugged and he kind of mumbled something. I've been trying to put together what it was and I can't really put together what it was, end quote. That's what you said.
Yes, I was covering up what he said. But didn't we just go through this?
Mr. DeGuerin, you just said April 23rd. You didn't give a year. I assume you mean April 23rd, 2015, before the October statement. Is that correct?
Good catch. April 23rd, 2015.
I know it hurt you reading that, Mr. DeGuerin. Thank you.
I know it hurt you reading that.
Fair enough.
I want to show you what you said again on April the 23rd. This is page 3, 2015. and compare it to what you had said before, leaving it on the left side of the screen, what you said before on later on October the 30th, months later, and then on the right I have the quotes from you.
Uh-huh.
Quote, "We didn't talk about it. He said next time, and I know he's trying to tell me something. I don't know what he's trying to tell me," end quote. I want to put now on the screen an excerpt from July the 23rd, 2015, page 5, line 3. Quote, "No, he didn't confess. You said that too, didn't you?"
Apparently, I was covering up. Yes.
I'm not asking you why you said it. I'm only asking you what you said. And now my next question is going to be the same. This is July the 23rd, page 10, lines 15 through 18. Again, 2015. Mr. Bailey.
No, but that's you asking the question.
Oh, that's me. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me start over. And my next question is going to be the same. This is July the 23rd, page 10, lines 15 through 18. Again, 2015. Quote, "Mr. Bailey, did you ever tell Terry at any point in time, ever, that at any point in time, Bob told you words to the effect of," quote, "it was either Susan or me," stop quotes. Your answer was no, correct?
Yes, that was correct. I was covering up the truth.
I'm not asking you what you were doing. I'm asking you if those were your words. Those were your words, right?
My words or my word?
Well, your word, no. You denied that you told Terry, quote, "it was either Susan or me," end quote, quoting Bob.
Obviously, for her to know that, I had to have told her.
And finally, July the 23rd, page 10, lines 28 through page 11, line 6. Quote, "At any point in history, I just don't think so." Or, "and you know we drink a lot. Maybe I was drunk and I said it. I doubt it. I don't remember it. I certainly don't remember ever saying that. I didn't say that," end quote. Those were your words, right?
But I don't know what it's referring to. It says, "at any point."
Quote, "At any point in history, told Terry that Bob said," interior quotes, "it was either Susan or me," stop interior quotes, stop quote. And your bottom line is, quote, "I didn't say that." Those are your words, right?
Yes, I was covering up. That's not true. I was keeping the truth out. I'm not denying I said those things.
Did you tell the prosecution that you believed the dinner in New York where the confession happened was on December the 10th?
I don't recall that, no.
Did you say it was on the same day as the end of the trespass trial?
No, I'd have to see where you're saying I said that, because I just don't remember that.
What date do you say it is?
What date do I say what?
What date do you say it was?
I know it was the end of December. I think it was December 30th, or it was right around New Year's. I don't remember the exact date.
All right, December. Did you say that it was, did you say, or do you say now, that it was the same day of the trespassing trial that he won? Kind of a celebration.
That it was a celebration was Bob's intent. I don't know that it was the same date. But I know it was a celebration of his acquittal, or whatever it's called. I don't know the date of the verdict coming down on the trespassing charge.
And you say that the dinner was in Harlem?
Yes.
That you're certain of?
Well, yeah, I'm reasonably certain of that. Yeah.
Our triple R, there's an exhibit. You've seen this exhibit that's on the screen now, our triple R. This is an email from you to John Lewis. Quote, "I am 85% sure is the restaurant where Bob and I ate Barra wine."
Can I qualify my answer?
hold on. Is that your email? We've been over this before.
No,
Before lunch. Are you backing up on that?
I'm backing up on the photo that was shown.
I'm not asking you about the photo.
Okay.
I'm asking you about this email. Do you or do you not acknowledge that's your email?
It appears to be. I think the technical people would say you can't tell from that, but it appears to be.
There was a period of time when the prosecutors were asking you where it was. Do you remember what the restaurant was? And you were trying to get to them the name of the restaurant. That's true, isn't it?
Yes.
And this is a result. On January 15, 2016, you sent an email saying it was at Barrel Wine.
Yes.
Okay, and you believe it was in December.
Yes, which is very important.
And Bob paid with his American Express.
I don't know that.
You did say that before, didn't you?
No.
You never said that?
I don't believe so. I never intended to. I don't know how he paid.
Let me see Exhibit Triple N, page 45. On the screen is a part of the transcript from October the 30th, and the Bates number is 148773. It's page 45. You were asked, quote, who paid the bill? End quote, line 8. And your answer was, quote, Bob. Yes, because he usually did, but not always, but sometimes. End quote. And then you asked, so you can get it from his credit card, right? End quote. And I think that's Detective Chameleon asked, quote, so he used a credit card, you're saying, end quote, and you answered, quote, yeah. That was your answer then, correct?
Yes. As opposed to which credit card?
Okay, let me show you American Express credit cards. The court, what is this exhibit, by the way? The Manila, N for Nancy, Mr. Balian, N for Nancy, thank you. It's our exhibit double Y, as in yellow, page 4. There's a charge on May the 15th, 2014, Barrow Wine Restaurant. Keep that in mind for a moment. Let me show you your emails. Let me just do it this way. Let me just do it this way. Let's assume, Mr. Chavin, that there is a charge on his American Express in May for Barrel Wine, and there is an exchange of emails between you and Bob that expresses, it was a nice dinner last night, thanks, end quote. Does that serve to refresh your recollection that the dinner at Barrel Wine was actually in May?
No. I would like to see that email that says last night.
Okay. I've handed to the prosecution our double X. Mr. Chesnoff says triple X. The court says dos Equis. Our exhibit, which is a collection of emails between Mr. Chavin and Mr. Durst. Page 4. And as you know, when you have printouts of emails, you read from the bottom up. On May 16th, at 1:16 in the morning, Mr. Durst emails you, quote, almost forgot. Please do talk to Jarecki, end quote. I only read a part of it. And your response up at the top, May 16th, 7:24 in the morning, quote, will do. Gracias for dinner last night. Terrifico eatery, Senor Chavez. That was your nom de guerre for using Bob's apartment, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Do you understand the question?
Yeah, but that wasn't when we had dinner.
Well, I ask you to keep in mind the other exhibit that I put up, which was a charge the night before, on the 14th. Keeping in mind the Barrel Wine charge on his credit card for the 14th. Keeping in mind your exchange of emails in which you thank him for the dinner with your nom de guerre. Does that refresh your recollection that the dinner at Barrowine was actually in May?
I'm not sure if we didn't have more than one dinner there, because May is not my recollection of when.
All right, new subject. You mentioned that some time ago in your testimony that Kathy came to you or to your apartment on numerous occasions by yourself. Do you remember that testimony, a line of testimony?
Yeah, I believe I do.
And it's true, isn't it, that you introduced her to a cocaine dealer?
I introduced her to a neighbor.
Who was a cocaine dealer?
That's probably true.
Who supplied her with cocaine, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't know. I wasn't there when that happened.
But she used cocaine, you know that.
Yes. No, I didn't have personal knowledge. I just know what she seemed to be indicating.
Did you ever use cocaine with her?
No.
You and Bob used marijuana a lot, didn't you?
We'd used it.
A lot, frequently?
I wouldn't use either of those two words. I'd say occasionally.
One last thing before we go. Your stage name is what?
Chavin?
What does that mean?
I'm not sure about Chavin.
I'm not asking about Chavin, I'm asking about Chinga. You're from El Paso, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
In fact, you wrote a song about El Paso.
Yes, I did. Well, I wrote a parody. It was a parody off a Merle Haggard song.
What was the name of that song?
Okie from Muskogee.
No, not Merle Haggard's song, your song.
A soul from El Paso.
What?
A soul from El Paso.
A soul.
S-O-U-L. Yeah, there are many spellings of it.
How do you spell it on your album?
How did I spell it on my album?
How is it spelled on your album?
A-S-S-H-O-L-E.
Okay.
It's a parody. It's a satiric.
I understand that. I would imagine that it is, but...
It was recorded by one of your favorite recording artists.
I'm sorry?
It was recorded by one of your favorite recording artists.
Kinky Friedman.
Yes.
He did a better job than, well, who did the best job?
It's really a judgment call. I'd say Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson.
Do you sing it better than Kinky sings it?
Yeah, but not better than Willie and Kinky. Willie Nelson and Kinky.
I'll grant you that Willie is better. I want to stipulate that this is the most relevant part of cross-examination. It's the parting shot, if you will. On the screen, is that your album, the name of it, Country Porn?
It sure is. It was gold in Canada.
I'm sorry?
It was gold in Canada.
Well, that says something about Canada, I suppose.
And it sold over 500,000 copies in the U.S.
Let's look at some of the songs.
The title of some of the songs? I predicted this.
The court. Robin reminds me, 5G, the court, 5G. Okay, that's G, 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 G. G as in golf. Let's see. What are these are all that you performed or wrote?
Or co-wrote, but you can read it. You don't need me to read it.
Well, why don't you read it to us?
Why don't you read it?
Okay. Talking Matamoros, First Piece of Ass Blues. That's the #1 song?
Yeah, it is.
And then, as you said, you didn't pronounce it asshole from El Paso, did you?
No, we preferred a soul from El Paso.
And the other names, those were all...
I was told that this was a personal favorite of yours, this album.
I've never seen it before the album. I've never seen the album before I saw it on the screen.
That's not what Kinky said.
Of course, I'm not the witness here. That's all. We'll pass the witness. Okay, the court says thank you. All right, it's time for the redirect examination. A brief redirect examination.
Only one question.
Yeah. Who's counting?
Mr. Chavin,
Yes.
how would you describe yourself in terms of your skill set if I were to say your memory for dates?
Dates? Pretty bad. I'm a creative director, and I've always been a creative person and a writer.
Have you told us repeatedly during your interviews that you are terrible with dates?
Yes, I have, and I'm proud of it.
What do you have a better memory of, Mr. Chavin? Mr. Durst telling you, and I'm paraphrasing, it was her or me, or what date that conversation took place on?
Clearly the words. It was her or me.
Do you have a better memory of Mr. Durst telling you what you believe was a confession to the murder of your other best friend, or what credit card was used at the meal?
I had.
What's that?
Say that again. What was the first thing?
What do you have a better memory of? Do you have a better memory of what you've described by Mr. Durst as, in essence, the confession to the murder of your other best friend, Susan? That's one thing. Or do you have a better memory of which credit card might have been used on the date that you heard the information?
Clearly the first thing. But let me say, I don't know what credit card, and I was asked that, and we were never shown that anything was. I don't know what credit card was even used, so how could I have a better memory of it?
Do you even know, Mr. Chavin, particularly if a credit card was used?
No, not for certain. I just assumed that because I just assumed it.
He knows he didn't pay.
That's true, Mr. DeGuerin.
Mr. Balian says, so he answered, so can we just get for the record whatever Mr. DeGuerin said? The reporter says, what was that?
He said he knows that he didn't pay.
So, you didn't pay, correct?
No, I know he's 100% right.
There have been a lot of questions by Mr. DeGuerin about what you did or did not tell your wife, and whether your wife lied to us when she said you had told her about the confession, or whether you lied to us when originally you repeatedly stated in essence that there had been no confession. Who was lying, you or your wife?
I was, but I was covering up, and it can be, I was withholding the truth. Was that just a euphemism? So I was lying.
You were just shown, Mr. Chavin, some titles with some pretty bad language. I have a 13-year-old daughter. I'm not going to let her buy your album.
That's too bad.
I don't know whether when she's 37 I'm going to let her buy that album. But you were shown that album, correct? Those covers?
Yes.
Mr. Chavin?
Yes.
Do you believe that the song titles you've written have any impact on your memory of your best friend, Bob Durst, confessing to you what you believe was the murder of your other best friend, Susan Berman?
No, of course not.
Do you remember when we had the conversation on October 30th, 2015, the date you finally came clean? I want to play you a clip, and I want to ask you if you remember this clip. NC 179, 10/30/15, page 10, lines 8 through 16, LADA Bates 148729.
What was the date?
The court. People's 5, People's 6. Mr. Milius says yes, People's 6 and People's 6A will be incorporated as part of the transcript. The court says yes, just to be clear. And the witness wants to know what date.
Yes.
10/30/2015. Then an audio recording of that clip was played. Yeah, do we have it ready to play? Your Honor, at this point in time, we would then request, this is an audio clip.
I think Mr.
We have it ready to play.
Play it.
Henderson, you have the file?
I can do both.
It's multitasking.
This witness is very, he does it all, Your Honor.
That's like the Woody Allen movie, you know,
Goes back and forth, cross-examining himself. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Bananas.
Bananas.
Let's start from the beginning.
No. Let's start with.
We're going to start with the most horrible part.
Let's start with.
I want to get that out of the way. Look, I've decided to do this, and it's not going to change my mind. Having fear of death is going to change my mind.
Do you remember that, Mr. Chavin?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me, when you were talking about, I think we better start with the most horrible part, unquote, do you remember what you were referring to?
I'm pretty sure it's what I allege. What I said Bob said to me after dinner.
This was the date, October 30th, 2015, correct? Mr. Chavin, when you came clean for the first time with what had happened at that dinner. Is that correct? That's to refresh your memory?
Yes, yes.
And when you said at the bottom there, what did you mean by that? I want to get that quote. I want to get that out. I want to get that out of the way. Look, I've decided to do this and nothing's going to change my mind. Not even fear of death is going to change my mind on this. Unquote. What did you mean by that?
I went through a horrible state of mind and angst over doing this. And it's like your first time diving in a pool. You want to get it over with quick before you change your mind. I wanted to commit to the truth, and I had to do it quick.
And is this what you did when you told us what your best friend Bob Durst had told you about murdering your other best friend, Susan Berman?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further. The court says, so may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Yes. The court says you are formally excused. That concludes the testimony of Nick Chavin, Your Honor.
All right, there are exhibits during that conditional examination. Will you mark them now?
Would you like to mark in exhibit sheet 2 pages as equals 281B? This exhibit sheet is as follows. The new People's 281C is a photograph, which was People's 3 in the video. People's 281D is a photograph, which was People's 4 in the video. People's 281E is a 49-page transcript, which was People's 5 in the video. People's 281F is a 7-page transcript, which was People's 6 in the video. People's 281G is a 49-page transcript, which was Defense Triple B in the video. People's 281H is a 52-page transcript, which was Defense Triple C in the video. People's 281I is an 8-page transcript, which was Defense Triple D in the video. People's 281J is a 3-page printout from a website with an album cover. That was Defense 5Gs in the video and the reading of the transcript. People's 281K was a DVD with a 1 hour and 4-minute interview. That was Defense Triple I in the video. People's 281L is a 52-page transcript, which was Defense Triple I-1 in the video. People's 281M is a photograph, which was Defense 5Ls in the video. People's 281N is a 55-page transcript, which was conveniently Defense Triple N in the video. People's 281O was that same transcript marked again, 55 pages, Defense Triple O in the video. People's 281P is a 1-page email. That was Defense Triple R in the video and transcript. People's 281Q is 44 pages of emails, which was Defense XX in the video and transcript. And finally, People's 281R is 7 pages of Amex records. That was Defense Double Y in the video and transcript.
All right, thank you. Before we move to the next portion, let's take our recess until 10 minutes after 3. Do not converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form or express any opinion on the case.
We're only doing it before today, is that correct?
We're finishing early today at 4. Jurors left the courtroom, and Mr. Chesnoff did have an objection. I'm grateful to counsel that you agree to this procedure where we discuss the issue in chambers briefly and then put that discussion on the record. That makes it go so much more smoothly. So you may state your objection.
Correct, Your Honor. We previously, from the beginning, brought to the court's attention that we think Mr. Lewin's direct involvement with these witnesses as the interrogator creates issues for the people. We think it makes him a witness, in fact, because he tends to shape what the answers are because of his methodology, which I'm not critical of if he was a policeman, but he's a prosecutor in the case. We believe that it was the basis for recusal previously. We put that on the record. We believe that different comments that he makes when he's interrogating Mr. Chavin, for example, talk about how he understands what the truth is, which in our opinion is prosecutorial vouching. I've asked the court to give me a little time to prepare something again in writing, and we will do that.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Number one, what they're objecting to was a question and an interview that they themselves brought out on cross-examination. They then were given in advance the transcript so they knew this was going to be put in and it was their original question. Now for what I believe is the 5th time, they come up and they make an objection, this time regarding not only something they stipulated to, but something which they were the original party to bring out. In addition, all of my interviews are taped. There is no vouching. They give no authority for their position.
Yes, we have.
They can dislike all they want the methodology that I use. There's a detective on the line. I'm recording the conversations. There is nothing unethical, illegal, or improper. And if they want to make arguments that somehow I directed this witness, I think, Your Honor, and the court is certainly a pretty good indicator. I think if anyone listens to Mr. Chavin, it's pretty clear that this is a man who took a long time for him to decide that he was going to do the right thing. And finally, encouraging a witness to be truthful is in no way vouching, it is in no way considered unethical, and it is not coercive. Submitted.
Your Honor, I didn't use the word unethical. I know what vouching is. I've litigated it. The point I try to make, Your Honor, is we have raised this from day one. I believe Mr. Ray was the one who first raised it. He texted me actually during this and re-raised it. We think it's a legal issue, Your Honor. The court is the one that decides it. And like I say, we'll submit something to the court and we'll see where it takes us, Your Honor. Go ahead. Go ahead. I think Mr. DeGuerin makes a very good point that Mr. Lewin continues throughout his interrogations to tell the witness what he believes the truth to be. And it's maybe an effective method to get somebody after 10 interviews to come around, but it still rises to the level of something that a lawyer in a case shouldn't be doing from our position, Your Honor.
All right, if Mr. Lewin is a witness, that is not itself disqualifying. It's often true that a lawyer will witness incidents or statements that are relevant in a trial. It's often true. The solution is to have an investigator present. That's what was done here. As far as vouching, I did spot the issue and listen very carefully to this evidence. It is not vouching. Mr. Lewin came closest to vouching by saying, I believe with every fiber in my body that you haven't yet told us everything. Now that preface, I believe with every fiber in my body, it could lead to vouching if there were a different inquiry. But this particular question, I believe you've not told us everything, certainly is not vouching for the truth of what the witness has said. Now at times Mr. Lewin makes statements about the evidence and about Mr. Durst similar to what a detective would say in order to provoke a response. But the evidence is not the question, it's not the preface to the question, it is the answer to the question which supplies the evidence. As Mr. Lewin noted, this material was introduced by the defense on cross-examination and then stipulated to for trial. Any objection is waived. Your remedy is, of course, to argue to the jury what they saw, which is, and what they heard. And Mr. Lewin is questioning in a particular manner that you can say provokes an answer or suggests something that you think isn't right or isn't fair. You're free to make that argument, of course.
And Your Honor, the only thing I would add is we've raised this at the start of the case and the court's ruled previously, which Mr. Lewin points out. So as the case evolves, we know what the ruling is and we get in a position where we have to make evidentiary decisions about what's going to be best for Mr. Durst based on the court's prior rulings. So it's kind of difficult for me to accept the idea that somehow I waived something because I actually was forced to do it.
Mr. Chesnoff, here's the thing. At the time of the conditional examination, I was very liberal in permitting testimony to be elicited because we did not know the circumstances at the trial, what would or would not be admissible. You have every right to bring to this court, before you stipulate, the issues to see how the court would rule. But you made your decision, you negotiated what would come in and what would not come in, and then you stipulated. That's, in my view, waiver. Thank you. Recess. Chesnoff and Mr. DeGuerin. We have Mr. Henderson, Mr. Bailey, and Mr. Milius, and Mr. Lewin.
No, we have the following stipulation. This is stipulation 73, which is People's 282.
282 is 73.
May I read the stipulation, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
The parties stipulate to the following. Terry Chavin, if called as a witness, would testify as follows. Terry Chavin is the wife of Nick Chavin. She and Nick began dating in 1986. They were married in September of 1988. Terry has known Bob Durst since 1986, as he was one of Nick's closest friends. Bob was always very cheap. When she and Nick would go out with Bob, they would alternate paying. Bob never gave them any gifts and did not buy them a wedding present or anything for their son when he was born. Nick and Susan Berman were also very close. Shortly after Susan was murdered, Nick told Terry that Susan had previously told him on multiple occasions that he, Bob Durst, was responsible for Kathy's death, but that Kathy was gone, they could not help her, and that they needed to protect their close friend, Bob Durst. Nick never mentioned anything to Terry about Susan's statements that Bob had admitting to killing Kathy prior to Susan's murder. Although Nick later told Terry that Susan had told him on numerous occasions about Bob's admission that he had killed Kathy, Nick did not believe it until after Susan herself was murdered. Even then, Nick did not want to believe that Bob was responsible for either Kathy's or Susan's deaths. In 2011, Terry was working as a broker and was trying to find Bob a brownstone to buy in New York City. There was one property that Bob was particularly interested in seeing, and Terry set up an appointment with the listing agent to see it. As they were on their way to view the property, Terry received information that the listing agent had injured her leg and would potentially not be able to meet them to show the property. Bob became enraged and started screaming that the listing agent was, quote, a fucking bitch, unquote, and worse. Terry was shocked by this sudden expression of intense anger, as Bob was completely out of control. A short time later, the listing agent arrived at the property, and Bob was completely calm and charming. The transition was startling, and it was hard for Terry to believe that Bob had gone from being so angry and out of control to being back to normal so quickly. Terry was unaware in advance that Nick and Bob were having dinner in Manhattan in December of 2014. When Nick came home from the dinner, he was clearly upset. Nick told Terry, quote, after we left the restaurant, Bob turned to me and said, and Bob kept dangling that carrot like, I'll tell you what happened, I'll tell you what happened. So finally Bob turned to Nick and said, quote, it was either Susan or me, and he walked away, unquote. Terry tried to get Nick to report what Bob had told him, but Nick wanted to, quote, keep his eyes closed, unquote, and did not want to betray his close friend. On July 19, 2015, Terry called DDA John Lewin and LAPD robbery homicide detective George Shamlian and related that Bob had said something very damaging to Nick after the December 2014 dinner. Terry told DDA Lewin and Detective Shamlian that she really wanted Nick to come forward On July 19, 2015, Terry called DDA John Lewin and LAPD robbery homicide detective George Shamlian and related that Bob had said something very damaging to Nick after their December 2014 dinner. Terry told DDA Lewin and Detective Shamlian that she really wanted Nick to come forward and tell the authorities what he knew, but that Nick did not want to betray Bob. Terry said that she was working very hard on Nick to convince him to come forward and that she believed that if Nick took the witness stand, he would not perjure himself. Terry then told DDA Lewin and Detective Shamlian the substance of what Nick had told her Bob had said to him after the dinner. So stipulated, counsel?
Court's accepted that stipulation already.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have another stipulation. This is, may I mark it as People's 283?
Yes.
And this is a stipulation 71 in the case.
Yes. You may read it.
Thank you. On March 10th, 2015, defendant Robert Durst was living in a condominium complex located at 2520 Robin Hood Street, Unit 1405, Houston, Texas. We will refer to this as Robin Hood. At that time, Stephanie Lawson, who we will refer to as Lawson, was the general manager, and Cynthia Harris, we will refer to her as Harris, was the concierge of the condominium complex. On March 10th, 2015, Lawson saw Durst going in and out of the building multiple times. That morning, Durst called Harris for assistance. Harris brought a cart to Durst's unit, and Durst had 5 carry-on bags which were brought downstairs. Durst loaded the bags into his Volkswagen, which was parked in front of the building. Durst had 2 cars at the condo, a Volkswagen and a smart car. The next day, on March 11th, 2015, investigators from the Los Angeles Police Department's Robbery Homicide Division, that's LAPD RHD, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that's the FBI, those 2 agencies were trying to locate Durst. They were monitoring Durst's cell phone pursuant to a lawful court order. The information obtained from the cell phone indicated that on March 10th, 2015, Durst began traveling east from Houston on Interstate 10. On March 11th, 2015, LAPD RHD investigators obtained an arrest warrant for Durst in connection with the murder of Susan Berman. On March 14th, 2015, investigators determined a call to Durst's cell phone to check voicemail messages was made from a telephone within the JW Marriott Hotel located at 614 Canal Street in New Orleans, Louisiana, the JW Marriott. On that same date, March 14th, 2015, LAPD RHD investigators asked FBI Special Agent William Williams, we will refer to him as S.A. Williams, to assist them. At approximately 3:30 p.m., S.A. Williams went to the JW Marriott to determine if Durst was at the hotel. Once at the hotel, S.A. Williams determined that no one under the name Robert Durst was registered as a guest of the hotel. At approximately 4:30 p.m., Durst was at the exterior of the JW Marriott near the valet parking area. Durst walked into the lobby area of the hotel. At the time, he was wearing a jacket and had a black backpack. Special Agent Williams saw Durst in the lobby, identified himself as an FBI agent, and called out, quote, "Mr. Durst," end quote, several times. Durst looked at Special Agent Williams, but did not verbally respond. Special Agent Williams asked Durst for identification. Durst stated he did not have any identification and had checked into the hotel under the name, quote, "Everett Ward," end quote. Everett Ward was the name of an employee of Farmers Marine Copper Works. During the Galveston trial, evidence was admitted that Ward had purchased a bow saw from Chalmers Hardware Store in Galveston, Texas on September 26, 2001. Farmers Copper Works still had that bow saw at the time of Mr. Durst's Galveston murder trial. The purchase order for this transaction strike that. Your Honor, I have in my hand a stack of photographs. It's 20 pages. May I mark this entire stack as People's Exhibit 284?
Yes.
The purchase order for this transaction is shown in People's Exhibit 284, page 1. This purchase order was provided to Durst as discovery during his Galveston case. The business records from J.W. Marriott, shown in People's Exhibit 284, pages 2 to 3, establish that Durst checked into room 2303 under the name Everett Ward on March 11th, 2015 at 4:08 p.m. Durst was scheduled to check out on March 16th, 2015. At check-in, Durst paid $2,121.64 in cash for the room. Special Agent Williams arrested Durst pursuant to the Los Angeles Police Department Robbery Homicide Division arrest warrant and escorted Durst to his room. Legal searches were conducted of Durst's person, his hotel room, and a red Toyota Camry, Texas license plate number BCT 4784 in the hotel parking lot. The following is a list of items of note seized from Durst's person. The black backpack that Durst was carrying when he was arrested contained the following items. 1. A Texas identification card number 19084346 with a photograph of Robert Durst and the name of Everett Ward and an address of 121 West 117th Street, Galveston, Texas. A photo of this ID card is depicted in People's Exhibit 284, page 4. The actual card is marked for identification as People's Exhibit 285. May I do that, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I have the ID card in my hand. It's on the screen, so I'm not going to put it on the wolf.
Right.
I will mark this as People's 285. The black backpack also contained 2 Florida travel books, which are depicted in People's Exhibit 284, page 5. The black backpack contained $1,730.25 in cash. It contained a J.W. Marriott hotel key for room 2303, and it contained a J.W. Marriott valet slip bearing the name Everett Ward, depicted in People's Exhibit 284, page 6. The following is a list of items of note seized from Durst's hotel room. A blue, black, and white floral pattern bag depicted in the lower right-hand corner of People's Exhibit 284, page 7. Although page 7 depicts numerous items laid out on the hotel room bed, the items were found in various areas of the room and then laid out on the bed by investigators. The floral pattern bag that's in this exhibit you're looking at, which is page 6, so the floral pattern bag contained the following items inside of it. 7 white envelopes containing $44,600 in cash, all of them $100 bills, as depicted in People's Exhibit 484,
284.
I'm sorry, 284, pages 7 pages 7. Cash is depicted in pages 7 and in pages 8. Two different photos of the same item. A clear Ziploc bag containing marijuana was also in the blue, black, and white floral pattern bag. So now I'm going to go to other items seized from Durst's hotel room. These are not now in the floral bag. These are other items that were in the hotel room. Prescription bottles bearing the name Robert Durst. A black duffel bag. This black duffel bag contained the following items: Robert Durst's U.S. passport, depicted in People's Exhibit 284, page 9. It's on the screen. The black duffel bag contained Robert Durst's birth certificate, depicted in People's Exhibit 284, page 10. An owner's manual for a Smith & Wesson revolver, which is depicted in People's Exhibit 284, page 11. And a rubber mask with gray hair, which is depicted in People's Exhibit 284, pages 12 and pages 13. The actual mask is going to be marked for identification as People's Exhibit 286 with the court's permission.
285? Are we on 6? ID was 285, okay.
May I display the jury, Your Honor?
Mask is 286. Any objection? That's by stipulation. Go ahead. Yes.
So we're back to items seized from Mr. Durst's hotel room. Seized was a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver depicted in People's Exhibit 284, page 14. That was in the jacket pocket of a coat in the closet. The revolver was loaded with 5 rounds of ammunition, which are depicted in People's Exhibit 284, page 15. Detectives removed these 5 rounds from the gun and photographed them. One of the 5 rounds was expended, had already been shot. Page 15 depicts the ammunition after it was removed from the revolver by investigators. The actual revolver, with the court's permission, will be marked for identification as People's 270, Your Honor? No, 287. 287. I'm going to mark for identification a envelope, evidence envelope, removing the contents.
And Deputy Washington inspected it?
He did.
Okay. May approach the jury and display it.
I'm going to place it back beside the evidence envelope. Also contained or found, recovered from this hotel room was, excuse me, a map of the southeastern United States, including Florida and an outline of Cuba depicted in People's Exhibit 284, page 16. Also in the room were keys which unlocked a red Toyota Camry, which was parked in the JW Marriott parking garage. The keys are depicted in People's Exhibit 284, page 17. Also in the hotel room was a handwritten note with writing which was identified as a UPS tracking number depicted in People's Exhibit 284, page 18. Special Agent Williams later used this tracking number to intercept the red suitcase containing over $115,000 in cash, which Susan Giordano mailed to Robert Durst, alias Everett Ward, at the JW Marriott Room 2303 on March 12, 2015. Photographs of this package and its contents were previously marked for identification as People's Exhibits 217 through 221 in this trial. Investigators searched the red Toyota Camry, Texas license plate number BCT4784, connected to the valet ticket found in Durst's hotel room. The Camry is depicted in People's Exhibit 284, pages 19 and 20. The following is a list of the items of note seized from the Camry. A Texas title application for the Camry in the name of Alfonso Paz, P-A-Z. After the searches were completed, at approximately 8:40 p.m. on March 14, 2015, investigators transported Durst to the Orleans Parish Prison. Counsel so stipulated?
Court accepted that stipulation already. Thank you.
And people will call Detective Luis Romero. I'll provide these items.
This is our final witness, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name.
Luis, L-U-I-S, Romero, R-O-M-E-R-O.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
We save the best for last usually.
Yes, sir.
Joking. So what is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department. I've been with the LAPD for the past 28 years.
And what is your assignment?
Currently, I'm assigned to Robbery Homicide Division as a homicide detective.
And for how many years have you been assigned to the Robbery Homicide Division?
For the past 13 years.
Okay. What is your role in this case currently?
I was a member of the task force assigned to assist Detective Chavin and Detective Camacho with the case.
And what happened to Detective Shamlian and Detective Camacho during the pendency of this case?
They both retired.
Okay, and then did you yourself and your partner take over the role of investigators on the case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who's your partner?
Detective Grace Thornton.
And when did you take over the role of investigator on this case?
The beginning of May of this year, shortly before the trial started.
Were you when did you actually come onto the case assisting Detective Shamlian?
January 7, 2015.
And what has been your role in the case, just generally? We don't go into the details of everything you did, but just generally, what kinds of things were you involved in?
I assisted with interviewing witnesses, wrote search warrants, conducted analysis of bank records.
Okay. And did you review the file in this case?
Yes, I did, sir.
And are you aware that on or about November 4th of 2014 that the LAPD had received the opinion of handwriting expert Lloyd Cunningham identifying the defendant as the writer of the cadaver note and envelope?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that on November 19th of 2014, the LAPD had received the opinion of the handwriting expert Linton Mohammed identifying Robert Durst as the writer of the cadaver note?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that on March 11th, 2015, the LAPD had received opinions from handwriting expert David Osborne identifying Robert Durst as the writer of the cadaver note and envelope?
Yes, sir.
And did you become aware at some point that the Jinx first aired on February 8th, 2015?
Yes, I did.
And that was a Sunday?
That's correct, sir.
And it aired every Sunday for 6 weeks?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that on March 8th, 2015, episode 5 aired?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that that episode depicted Sarah Kaufman turning over what had been referred to as the Sarah letter and envelope? In other words, a previous letter that Mr. Durst had written to Susan Berman and mailed to her that Sarah still had in her personal belongings.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And on March 10th, did something significant happen of 2015?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
We had a telephonic meeting with Special Agent Perry, Detective Whalen, and other members of the task force.
And is that Agent Perry, the FBI special agent who testified in this trial?
That's correct, sir.
Was he an agent that was who was assigned to assist LAPD in portions of the investigation?
Yes.
He was helping you guys out?
Yes, it was, sir.
Okay. And at this meeting, what did you learn that caused you to do something?
We learned that since October of 2014, Mr. Durst withdrew large amount of money, almost $9,000 at a time.
How much?
9,000 or more, but less than 10. And for a total of over $300,000.
Did you say 300,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you learn anything else at this particular meeting?
Prior to the meeting, I did.
What's that?
That Mr. Durst had called Sarah Kaufman.
Okay.
Yeah.
And without going into the contents of what was said, did there become some concern to take other actions on this case after learning of the withdrawal of the money and the conversation that Mr. Durst had had with Sarah Kaufman?
Yes, sir.
And what type of actions did you decide you needed to take?
We decided to write a search warrant for his phone records, a pen register to verify where he was.
And what was the purpose of writing a search warrant for his pen register?
Just as a precaution to keep track of his location, just to see his movements as he make phone calls.
Okay. And did you get a court order for that pen register?
Yes, sir, the following day.
Okay. And did you obtain and review records with the assistance of Special Agent Eric Perry from the FBI?
That's correct.
Okay. Did anything else happen on that particular day of note, March 10th?
No, sir.
Okay. How about the next day, March 11th, 2015?
That's when I got the search warrant for his pen register.
Okay. That's when you actually got the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you obtain incoming and outgoing calls, including the cell tower location?
That's correct.
And did you learn where he was?
No, we did not, because his phone was had been turned off. The last 2 phone calls that we got was he was on the 10th freeway east of Houston.
Okay. So did you learn that on March 11th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
And you learned just that he was traveling east on the 10 out of Houston?
Well, we learned that he was last his last location was east of Houston on the 10 freeway.
Okay, hitting off a cell tower that would be consistent with him being on the 10 freeway east of Houston.
That's correct.
All right. So on that same date, March 11th, did you obtain some other type of court order?
Yes, I did.
What is that?
I obtained a probable cause arrest warrant.
A what?
Probable cause arrest warrant, or also called Ramey warrant.
Okay. So you obtained a warrant signed by a judge to arrest the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And did you obtain that in Los Angeles from a Los Angeles County Superior Court judge?
I did.
All right. And did you take efforts to try to locate Mr. Durst while you had that search warrant, that arrest warrant in your hand?
Yes, the following day we had a sergeant from Houston PD go to his apartment building or condominium, try to locate him.
Okay. Where was he living?
2520 Robin Hood
Was that
Street.
called the Robin Hood Apartments?
That's correct.
You don't have a photograph. May I mark this as People's 288?
288.
Showing you what's been marked. People's 288. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That's the Robin Hood apartment or condominiums.
And did you ever go there?
Yes, I did.
And what date did you travel to Houston?
Friday, March 13,
Okay, and what was your purpose of going to Houston?
to attempt to locate Mr. Durst.
And did you find him there at the Robin Hood Apartments when you went?
No, sir, we did not.
Did you learn that he had already fled that location?
Check to the.
At that point, it appeared that he had left the location, yes.
Okay. What happened next?
We remained in Houston until Saturday.
And when you say you remain in Houston, is it just you or how many people are there?
It was 4 detectives from our Robbery Homicide Division.
Who was there?
Detective Mike Whelan, Detective Josh Byers, and Detective Blanca Lopez,
And yourself?
and myself.
Was Detective Lopez your partner at the time?
No, Mike Whelan was.
Oh, right. What happened next?
The following day on Saturday,
So this is March 14th now?
March 14 now, we had a wiretap on Mr. Durst's phone.
Did you obtain a court-ordered wiretap order signed by a judge?
One of the members of the task force did, yes.
Okay. And pursuant to that, were you listening in actively on calls that were being made from his phone?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And did you get information from Special Agent Eric Perry as to one of those calls being placed to his phone, checking voicemails from the JW Marriott in New Orleans?
We did, sir.
Where were you when you learned that this call was being made from the JW Marriott in New Orleans?
We were still in the Houston area.
What did you do at that point?
We rented a minivan and we drove from Houston to New Orleans.
All four of you together?
That's correct.
Did you stop for anything?
No, sir.
How long was that drive?
About 5 hours.
And as you're driving to New Orleans, did you have Special Agent Williams? Was he assisting in trying to track down Mr. Durst locally at the New Orleans JW Marriott?
Oh, let me backtrack. But before we left Houston, we already knew he was in custody.
Okay. So that happened. You had reached through the FBI, Eric Perry. You had reached out to Special Agent Williams, who had already found and detained Mr. Durst, and then that's when you guys rented this car and took off down to New Orleans.
That's correct, sir.
And when did you arrive in New Orleans?
On March 15, sometime around 1 or so in the morning.
Early in the morning.
That's correct.
I have a photo. I marked this as People's 288, 9. 39. Showing you what is marked as People's 289. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do, sir.
What is that?
That's the JW Marriott where Mr. Durst was arrested.
Okay. Did you, what did you do on the 15th?
We, when we first got there, we started working on writing a search warrant for the hotel room. After that, we picked up Mr. Lewin at the airport.
Okay. And on the 15th, you were writing a search warrant for the hotel room. And this is for a search that was subsequently conducted by LAPD, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You were aware that the room had been searched to some extent by the FBI already on the 14th?
Yes, sir. We already knew that, but we still wanted to do a search warrant.
Okay. So, did you interview him on March 15th, 2015?
Yes, sir, we did.
And that's the defendant, the gentleman I'm pointing to, who's seated here in court right now?
Yes, sir, Mr. Durst, sitting right there.
For the record, you pointed to the defendant, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can we get a foundation as to time? We have a date, but we don't have the time.
Sure. What time was it? You guys went to interview Mr. Durst?
Close to about 7 a.m. or so, sometime after 7 or so.
Okay. And where did you go to do this interview?
It was done at the Orleans Parish prison.
And who was present with you when you went there?
It was Mr. Lewin and my partner, Mike Wellen.
Okay. So the two of you met Mr. Lewin there?
Yes, sir.
At the Parish Orleans jail or somewhere in New Orleans?
It's the called prison, I believe.
What?
It's Orleans Parish prison.
Okay. And did you audio tape the interview?
Yes.
Did you have any contact with the defendant prior to turning on the audio tape?
No, I did not.
So when the audio starts, you were already in the room?
That's correct.
And all interactions with the defendant, Mr. Durst, began after you were already in the room and the audio tape started, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And does the audio tape, does that contain all interactions you had with him that day from beginning through the end?
That's correct, except for when he went to use the restroom.
Okay, at one point, he had to use the restroom?
That's correct.
You allowed him to use the restroom?
Yes, sir.
And did you keep the audio recording going, or did you pause it at that point?
We kept it going, but he was at a different location using the restroom.
So the audio kept going, but he got up, left the room, used the restroom, and came back?
That's correct.
Did you, I have a photograph, may I mark this as People's 290?
Yes.
Was there a video of this interview?
There was a video, but it was not, it was done by the prison with no audio.
Okay, so what type of camera setup was this?
Most likely a security camera.
Okay. And so this depicted just a video of what was going on in the room, but no audio?
That's correct.
Okay, and you used your own separate recorder for the audio then?
Yes, sir.
So if you watch the video, it would just be no audio, you would just be watching whatever was happening visually inside the room?
That's correct.
Okay, and was this video made available to anyone in this case who wanted to watch it and dispute anything on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have a People's 290. I'm going to show this to you. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is this a photograph of?
That's the room that we used to interview Mr. Durst.
And is this a still shot taken from the video of this interview?
That's correct.
And is it a fair and accurate photo?
It is.
You see where I'm pointing this gentleman sitting right here?
That's me, sir.
That's you, okay. Who's seated next to you in the black jacket?
That's Detective Mike Wellen.
And who's seating to the left of him?
Mr. Lewin.
Okay, and across from Mr. Lewin?
Mr. Durst.
And Mr. Durst is wearing something. What is he wearing there?
That's a jacket that was provided by the prison staff.
Why was that provided?
He was cold at the time. He needed something to keep him warm.
Okay, so he got a blanket or a jacket?
That's correct.
Was he offered, did you offer him anything to drink?
He was offered some coffee.
Okay. Did he accept it?
He did.
And was he offered a break? Or did he request a break at some point? Mention a bathroom break?
Yes, yes.
Was there
Yes,
any
sir.
other breaks?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to mark for identification audio CZ as People's 291 with the court's permission.
Yeah.
And the transcript 291A. It's been redacted pursuant to the court's rulings.
Yes. So we won't be listening to that today. How long is that audio?
It is
2 hours and 20 minutes.
So on Tuesday morning, if you begin playing it, you'll be able to complete that and complete your case and rest on Tuesday morning?
Yes.
Is that what your expectation?
Yes, yes.
Then I think it's a good time to break. Agreed, everyone?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So before we, so please step down, Detective. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we have a long weekend. It's a little bit extra long because we have, not only we have Friday off, but Monday we'll be doing other things. We won't take your time on Monday. You'll be coming here Tuesday at 9 o'clock. So we want you to be safe. We want you to wear your mask indoors, and if you haven't been vaccinated, good time to get it with the Delta virus around. So you want to be careful about that. Drive carefully. Don't discuss this. Everyone is going to want to know what you're doing. You're going to tell them the whole story. They don't have that much longer to wait. Don't converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form or express any opinion on the case. Now, I understand one of our jurors has a very special birthday today. So I don't know if it's probably not appropriate for us all to sing, but we can. And you,
You don't want to hear me sing, Your Honor.
but on behalf of everyone, we wish you a happiest of birthdays and enjoy your birthday celebration weekend. We'll all return to this court. The jurors will all return at 9 o'clock on Tuesday for the conclusion of the people's case and the beginning of the defense case. So have a great weekend, everyone. Department 1 is adjourned.